postmodern voice, that it has the equal portion of reason in the modernism for them. I won't continue to voice my views here, as we shall be witnessing a galaxy of erudite scholars who shall beautifully express different connotations of postmodern voices. I once again thank the organizers and iSpill for giving me this platform to say a few words. I thank the organizers and my best wishes to the whole team for its grand success. Best wishes to all. Thank you all.
We invite Dr. Salini Yadav, Professor of English, Compound Institute of Technology and Management, Jaipur, and also a pro iSpill, to give a felicitation address. It's my privilege to introduce the guest of honor of the inaugural session of the two-day national conference, Dr. S. Manimeghale Madam, Associate Professor, Department of English, Sri Kalishwari College, Sivagasi. Dr. S. Manimeghale Madam is a distinguished academician in great origin. She has completed her MA in Madurai Kamaraj University, Madurai, and I'm happy to inform you that she has got university second rank in her MA. And she has completed her MPhil in Madurai Kamaraj University, and she is the gold medalist in the MPhil degree also. Madam has tasted 42 years of rich teaching experience. She has taken a UGC Council minor research project title, A Comparative Study of Afro-American Writer Gwendolyn Brooke Williams with Tamil Dalit writer Karikubamma as a champion of subaltern. She has guided 5 PhD scholars so far and many MPhil scholars. She is the most invited guest talk speaker of many conferences and seminars. And indeed, we are extremely delighted to invite Madam to inaugurate the two-day national conference on postmodern voices and transdisciplinarity in English language and literature. We welcome once again, Madam.
Good morning, everybody. I invite you all to the two-day national conference on postmodern voices and transdisciplinarity, organized by the Department of English, Sri Kalishwari College, joining hands with iSpill, Indian Society for the Promotion of English Language and Literature. At the outset, I assure you that this two-day national conference will act as a consciousness-raising curtain, enabling teachers, research scholars, and students meet across many locations to interface, discuss, introspect, and gain knowledge about the latest frontier of English literature, English language and literature, postmodernism. Postmodernism can best be understood only in relation to modernism, because postmodernism is both an extension and a reaction against modernism. Modernist thoughts, modernism found its place in the early 20th century after the First World War, as the world started reeling from the rapid industrialization, the devastation of the First World War and Great Depression. The whole world lies fragmented and chaotic, and the modernist thoughts lamented over it, lamented over the fragmentation. But the literary movement that followed the modernist movement after the World War II, it took an entirely distinguishedly different approach from that of the modernist thought. From the worldwide volcano, fragmented by the fuming flames of bloodshed and the toxic waves of violence, and cluttered with hopelessness and helplessness, exploded an outbreak of new and diverse literary voices that constituted the postmodernist movement. Of course, after the World War II, the social, economic, political, religious, there was a collapse of all the structures. And the postmodernists viewed human existence as obscure, ambiguous, fragmented, inconclusive, indeterminate, nonsensical, and absurd. But the postmodernist movement, calling human existence ambiguous, absurd, they did not lament over the fragmentation. They did not lament over the fragmentation. They had accepted. They accepted the senselessness of human existence without fear, without illusions, and they could laugh at it. They could laugh at it. They embraced the obscure and the nonsensical, and they celebrated it with fun and dark humor. This is the attitude of the postmodernist movement, which makes it both an extension and a reaction and response against the modernist thought. I think I could demonstrate how postmodernism gets differentiated from modernism. Actually, the Wasteland. Wasteland is the most celebrated poem by the T.S. Eliot, a modernist poet and a versatile genius. The Wasteland is a representation of the depression of the whole generation. In the poem, T.S. Eliot calls the world as the world fragmented, lying around chaotic and fragmented from the Second World War as an arid wasteland, totally void of all the social, cultural, moral, religious, spiritual values. He calls human existence as a death in life, a death in life. But when the poem ends with Datta, Dayatvam, Damyatha, Shanti, 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 you hear the voice of the poet trusting in the redemption of time and the possibility of rebirth. So the poem is not only a lament over man's fall, it is a prophecy, it is a promise. But when you see, when you read the plays of the absurd theatre, an offshoot of the postmodernist movement inspired by the absurd plays of Camus and Satyr, when you read Waiting for Godot by Samuel Beckett, Samuel Beckett called Waiting for Godot, Yesterday and Vladimir, they call the human existence as a mud heap, and they call the humans as the worms living in mud heap. They call the human existence as portrayed as something absurd, futile, ambiguous, meaningless, directionless. Just like human existence has no hope, the he presence, Samuel Beckett presence, the hopelessness of directionlessness, meaninglessness of human existence through the lack of logical plot, the lack of concrete characterization, and the lack of the lack of meaningful dialogues. But at the same time, right from the beginning till the end, Yesterday and Vladimir, they say they're waiting for Godot without knowing who is Godot and when they are going to meet Godot. They simply say waiting for Godot until the end. Godot never appears, and they don't feel bothered. Okay, the play ends. Godot will not come today. He may come tomorrow. So this reflects the void, the hopelessness. Godot may be the direction giver, the spiritual guidance, the human existence, the postmodern human existence will never get. But it is not lamented over. They celebrate the futility, the voidness of human existence with dark fun and humor. So this is the difference between modernism and postmodernism. They could do it. And according to the postmodernists, there is no absolute truth. There is no absolute truth. There is no absolute meaning, and there is no absolute dichotomy, like the high and the low, true and the false, or fact and fiction. one can at any time be dislocated with the other. They believe in decentering, decentralizing, and deconstructing. Deconstructing the dichotomy and the possibility of dislocating one with the other. As the virtual guest speaker said, the postmodernists place importance on the employment of the language by which they can reconstruct. And of course, the special feature of postmodernism is the multiplicity of disciplines. Multiplicity of disciplines. Art, architecture, it pervades. Art, architecture, music, philosophy, psychology, archaeology, and of course literature. And postmodern literature they thematizes, postmodern literature especially thematizes the historical and the political issues, but not as the presentation of documents. Through the reality of the documents of the historical record, they subvert. The subversion of history and politics is the main focus in postmodern literature. And it is characterized with magical realism, metafiction, intertextuality, parody, pastiche. To enjoy this postmodern characteristics, you can read the writings of Salman Rushdie, Amitav Ghosh, and Rohit Mistry. They are the best examples. For magical realism, metafiction, intertextuality, they best illustrate that way, for the subversion of history and politics. And postmodern age witnessed the wave of decolonization. Decolonization with all the social, political, religious, cultural effects that the British brought and left behind. Colonization revolves around the dichotomy, the colonizer and the colonized. And again, decolonization also revolves around the dichotomy, the religion and the culture of the colonizer imposed, and then the slowly getting erased native religion and culture. And the post-colonial writers of the postmodernism, they deconstruct and dislocate the suppressed and the suppressor. You read Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, or the Kenyan Ngugi wa Thiong'o's I'll Marry When I Want. You witness the collision of the two cultures, the collision of the two religions, the dichotomy, the conflict and the dichotomy, the culture and religion of the colonizer and the culture and religion of the colonized, and thereby they present the struggles of the colonized. They face even after the aftermath of the successful overthrow of the British rule. It provides a flashpoint for the debates as native versus the outsider religion and culture. So to hear the postmodern voice, embedded in post-colonialism, we can read the writings of Bharati Mukherjee, Chitra Banerjee Devarni, Rakshi Sidhwa, V.S. Naipaul, Meena Alexander, Ma Parameswaran, Juba Nagari. No? Again, post-colonial literature. Post-colonial literature is an offshoot embedded in postmodernism. When post-colonial literature deals with the identity of the subjugated and providing you a picture of dislocating the suppressor with the suppressed. Now, subaltern literature. Subaltern literature has emerged as a very subtle postmodern platform for debating the ideology that among humans there are none which are high and low. So in subaltern literatures, African American writings, or Dalit literature, or tribal literature, again you see the postmodern trend of deconstructing the dichotomy and decentralizing the power and the authority and bringing the marginalized to the mainstream. When you read the writings of the African American writings of Richard Wright, Gwendolyn Brooks, Alice Walker, Toni Morrison, Maya Angelou, or if you read the writings of the Dalit writers, Namdeol, Gamble, Shantabai Gamble, Karik Obama, Sukirta Rani, Shivakami, Urmila Power, Gardner, or you read the writings of tribal literature, Mahashweta Devi, Sushila Samuel, Alice Eka. Again, you hear the postmodern voice that doesn't believe in the absolute truth of the high caste being the superior and the low caste being the inferior. They can at any time be dislocated, one with the other. So again, you hear the postmodern voice in the subaltern literature. And the postmodern age, it is an age of globalization with trade and technology, making the whole world as interconnected and closely interdependent one. And naturally, now globalization makes people move from the homeland to places across the globe, naturally for trade, technology, business. Okay, and then naturally that follows the process of migration, expatriation, and diaspora again revolves around the dichotomy of the homeland and the land of immigrants. The dichotomic process of location, dislocation, uprooting, rerouting. So again, in diasporic literature that focuses on the process of immigration and expatriation, and gives you the describes the experiences of the identity crisis, loss, alienation, rootlessness. Again, now it is the uprooting. It is again dislocated with rerouting. So again, the postmodern voice is here in the diasporic writers of Bharata Mukherjee, Chitra Banerjee, Davagarni, Meena Alexander, Uma Parameswaran. Okay, the diasporic writings. The diasporic writings also, again, you hear the postmodern voice. And recently, we hear the postmodern voice in the studies of even feminism. Even feminism, modernist feminism has undergone extension or has undergone a reaction under postmodernist movement. The modernist feminism it raises its hands against the gender inequality, and it upholds the equality of rights for women. But the postmodernists, according to the postmodernists, gender is not decided not by biology, but mainly by society and culture. So they emphasized the societal and the cultural factors, in dealing with the gender issues. It is a social construct. So gender equality to the postmodernists, it is not the difference between the genders that creates the problem. It is the gender inequality is a social construct. And according to the postmodernists, they say feminism is not meant exclusively for the biologically female. It is not only for the biologically female. It is meant for any who faces problems due to gender issues. So that includes transgenders and the gender queer studies. So you hear the postmodernist voice in the transgender studies and the gender queer studies. And recently the postmodern voice resonates in the studies of the disabled, Again, disability, it is centered on the dichotomy able and the disabled, and the postmodernists attempt to deconstruct the attitudinal barriers, again a social and cultural construct, which looks down upon disability as lack of ability to act as expected in the society. So now they no longer, the postmodernists no longer look at the disability as a lack of ability, but as a maker of winning, as a maker of putting extra efforts to win the race. That's all. Okay, you can, for the studies of the postmodern studies of the disabled, you can read William Gibson's The Miracle Maker, which is based on the autobiography of Helen Keller's The Story of My Life. And this is the Miracle Maker. William Gibson's Miracle Maker is it involves the application of the crib theory, postmodern crib theory, Macrover's crib theory. And Macrover's crib theory, it attends upon the reclamation or the reinvention of the word cripple. Whereas the word cripple, which denotes negativity on the disabled, the word crib becomes a marker of a proud or a revolutionary identification of the disabled. Okay, so the application of the postmodern crib theory, it deconstructs the social and the cultural deconstruct that looks down upon the disabled, and it makes the disability a marker of a proud identification. And the spoon theory, the postmodern spoon theory by Christine Miserandino, in that theory, she visually uses the spoon to represent the amount of the extra energy and the efforts that the disabled has to put before the close of the day to achieve the destination, to emerge as a winner. So it is no more a barricade. The disability is no more a barricade, but it calls for you. It calls for the extra effort and energy of the disabled to win the race along with the other. So the crib theory and the spoon theory, the postmodern theories, that can be applied to the study of the disabled. It's a milestone. It's a milestone in the literature of the disabled. And I think I have enabled you to hear the postmodern voices in postcolonial literature. Read Edward Said's Orientalism. Edward Said's read for postcolonial literature, Edward Said's Orientalism, or the Empire Writes Back. The Empire Writes Back by Bill Alcraft. And Nation and Narration by Homi K. Baba. And then the other words by Gayatri Spivak. So this is the theories, the postmodern theories that you have to be familiar with to enjoy postcolonial literature. And for subaltern literature, the subaltern literature, the Afro-American writings, the Dalit literature and tribal literature, enjoy the postmodern trends. And for postmodern feminism or post-feminism, it is associated with Michael Foucault, Judith Butler, and Donna Haraway, post-feminism. So for post-feminism, be familiar with Judith Butler and Donna Haraway and Michael Foucault. So it is not just reading the writings written in the after the mid and the 20th, the late 20th century. Be familiar with the postmodern theories. Postmodern theories. So when we just read William Gibson's The Miracle Worker, based on how Helen Keller, both deaf and dumb, how she became a winner in the race of life. You apply the grip theory and the spoon theory, that will help you to get the knowledge of the postmodernist movement. And for transdisciplinarity, of course, I understand the concept, but I have not done much research over it, because the multiplicity of disciplines is the specific feature of postmodernism, and transdisciplinarity is the fusion of different disciplines put together to bring out the conceptual, theoretical, and the methodological innovations to address a common problem. Okay, it is but one transcending the other. That is the difference between the interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. In transdisciplinarity of the postmodernist, the fusion of different disciplines put together this is subjective, to create the conceptual, theoretical, and the methodological innovations to address a common problem. So for I think transdisciplinarity, you can read Indra Sinha's The Animals People, a novel which is based on the Bhopal gas tragedy of the 1984. The Animals People is based on I hope you are familiar with the Bhopal gas tragedy of 1984, during which 10,000 people immediately died, 60,000 people sustained fatal injuries, not being able to come out of it even right now, and the horrible damage done to the plants and the flora fauna is not yet right. Is not right. Okay, the horrible tragedy. So this play the Animals People is based on the Bhopal gas tragedy, which occurred because of the accidental release of the vast amount of toxic energy from the pesticide factory. So this is a piece of eco-literature where ecology and literature is fused. The natural phenomena, literature is fused with the natural phenomena of the vast range of natural phenomena of flora, fauna, landscape, environment. Together, it is fused here to address a common problem. The common problem is the spatial politics of global toxicity. The common problem is the spatial politics of environmental toxicity. That is how the third world countries, one is in India, but it is not only in India. So he addresses a common problem, how the third world countries like India, Asia, Africa, the Caribbean islands, okay, how they are exploited for the corporate profit of the Euro-American countries. The environment of the third world countries, they are conditioned, they are exploited for the corporate profit. So this is global politics, spatial politics of environmental toxicity. Okay, so here, I think Indra Sinha's Animals People is the best example of transdisciplinarity, where to entirely different disciplines are fused, but to address a common problem, to address a global problem. Okay, so this is transdisciplinarity, and I think we have received many research papers where the different disciplines are pulled together, like it can be films and literature, management studies and literature. Management studies, the conflict theory. The conflict theory of the management studies is fused into literature to address common problems. Or now even artificial intelligence, medical sciences, artificial intelligence as postmodernist offshoot. Now, medical sciences and artificial intelligence, they are fused into the literature of literature deals with human existence, and they to address the global problems. Okay, that is transdisciplinarity. Okay, now I think I have given you glimpses into the postmodernism that takes diverse, that can be heard in the diverse forms of literature written after the mid or the end of the 20th century. Okay, and I never dare to tread in the unknown territories for the fear of either getting entangled or being exposed. And of course, I am a little bit, I have a passion for reading and for updating, and I feel a bit sure grounded in postmodernist literature. But the postmodern voices in relation to the English language, I think my knowledge is not even limited, it's minimal. So, like every one of you, I abide to be insightedly enlightened by the expertise of my friend, Dr. Jan Shekhar. Oh, and wish you all a grand day. I sign off. Thank you.
Sharing your knowledge with us. It's a privilege to introduce the guest of honor of the inaugural session, Professor G.A. Gyan Shah. He is a professor of English and officer of the Special Duty at the Directorate Higher Education, Chhattisgarh, Raipur. He was awarded associateship by Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. He is a fellow Royal Associate. 6 talks in various seminars and conferences and published 14 books. And he has conducted 70 workshops on various aspects of language and soft skills. He is the founder of ISPEL, Indian Society for the Promotion of English Language and Literature, and IFE, International Forum of English Education and Literature. Hence, it's a proud privilege to have him as our chief guest. A person of such magnitude will truly inspire us. Thank you, sir. We are pleased to invite you to give an inaugural address.
Yeah, thank you very much. Am I audible over there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. A very good morning to all of you, those who have been assembled in Sri Kaleswari College, Sivakasi. And indeed, it's a grand pleasure for each one of us to be associated with Sri Kaleswari College, Sivakasi on this August occasion of 2-day national conference. And always, it's a pleasure to collaborate, coordinate, and cooperate with the higher education institutions for the betterment of the students and faculty as well. As the motto of ISPEL goes, facilitate to elevate. This collaboration is nothing but facilitate to elevate. Reverend Principal of the very prestigious college, Dr. S. Krishnamurthy, the Vice Presidents, P.K. Balamurugan, Dr. P.K. Balamurugan, and R. Muthulakshmi, the Vice Principals, Dr. S. Manikalai, the Associate Professor, Femina, the Convener and Head of the Department of English, Dr. Shanti, all the faculty members, the participants, students, and ISPELians. I would like to quote Robert Frost here, who said in Road Not Taken, I shall be telling this with a sigh, somewhere ages and ages hence, 2 roads diverse in the wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. So we are not here to take the road where only less people have taken, but we are here to create our own roads. We are here to create our own theories. We are here to create our own voices. We are here to create our own language. We are here to create the nuances related to the theories and language. And as far as the postmodernism is concerned, all the prefixes which have been added into these words like postmodern or ultra-modern or post-colonial, all these things have been making the people, or rather they are bringing the people into fragments. Where is the society? Where is the unity? And when we talk of voices, all over in the world, you will find only the voices. But where is the silence? The silence is to be served. The silence is to be seen. And all the people, those who are uttering their voices, they are in search of silence. And the silence has the greatest voice. And silence is internal. It's not external. Though we say subalterns cannot speak and we do not have the voices for the subaltern, but at the same time, when the subaltern, they are unable to speak, they do have the inner voice of them. And that's why Vivekananda has said, in a day's time, if you are unable to give 10 minutes to yourself, you are losing a wonderful person from your own company. So we people are voicing, we people are giving voices to others, we are voicing our own voices. But where is the voice which is the inner voice? Where is the culmination and coordination of the voices within? So we need to understand, even in this postmodern and post-colonial world, that all these words are mere fragments, and alone an individual can collaborate and coordinate with the self. Until and unless we understand the self, the theory will not come out. All these theories which we are reading, and if we digest those theories, if we practice those theories, then there has to be a condition wherein the theories have to be evolved. And when the theory has to be evolved, then there is a necessity to involve the people to evolve. And Shivakasi, being the station for all the fireworks, has not only lit the fire of academia, has not only lit the fire of education, has not only lit the fire to think, but at the same time, it's giving way to think about transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary approaches. We need to understand that this world is full of collaboration, and this collaboration is not only related to one particular branch of knowledge, but this collaboration is related to all the branches of knowledge, wherein we have 5 fingers, and when we unite all these 5 fingers, it becomes a fist. So we need to understand the collaborative effort of these theories together, so that in our own country, wherein the old scientists or the ancient scientists of India, those who have practiced wonderful theories, out of which various other theories have been evolved by the foreign experts, why can't we go back to our own roots? Why can't we go back to our own culture and then bring a kind of a wing to our own culture, a kind of a wing to our own roots? So there is a need to understand the roots. There is a need to bring the wings for the roots. Until and unless we bring the root, until and unless we bring the wings for the roots, there is nothing as far as theory is concerned. So India, being a country, such a large country, such a huge country, having multidisciplinary approach, having number of vernacular languages and number of literature which is available, there is a need to translate all those literatures of the vernaculars into English and into various other languages, to make the people understand one thing, that India is the reservoir of everything. And that's why Max Muller, who came to India, has said, if you encounter any problem anywhere in the world, just go to India and you will find the solution for all the problems. So that kind of a country is India. And that's what T.S. Eliot has said, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So why Eliot has used those terminologies or those things in his own poems? So that shows that India has greater, you call it as power. It has become a superpower as far as academics is concerned. So that's why bringing various disciplines together, bringing various languages together, and then evolving a new kind of a language is the need of the hour. And as far as English language is concerned, it has gone deep into the blood of an individual in India. And we people are unable to speak even our vernacular languages without using a single word of English. So English has become Indian language nowadays. And now we do not have English, we have Englishes, because there is no received pronunciation RP nowadays. Every individual has the liberty to use the language and to utter it in his own way. So that's why we have mixed pronunciations. So when we have mixed pronunciations and when we make the students to straitjacket that you need to pronounce this word in this way only, then the students will run away from English. Let them speak as if they want, and then there is a time to rectify their pronunciation and to make them understand this is the real pronunciation and this is the wrong pronunciation. And if we hit at the very first time, no, this is not the way to pronounce the word, the students and the children will run away. So that's why we need to understand, we need to collaborate with the language. And that's why Mahatma Gandhi has said the primary education has to be given in the vernacular, and later on the English has to be brought into focus. And that's the thing wherein from local we can go to the global. We cannot come to the local from the global. So there is a need to understand that the global scenario has to be seen from the local scenario. And that's why bringing out these, or bringing all the minds together, bringing all the ignited minds together on this platform, is to make each and everyone understand that this conference is not for the sake of presenting our own views. This conference is not for the sake of reading out the papers and receiving the certificates, but this conference aims at creating something new, building something new, building a beautiful nation, building a strengthened kind of a nation, and building the people towards their own goals. So this conference has to attain its not only the culmination point, but at the same time, this conference has to reach to its maturity with the help of the people, those who are presenting their papers and those who are going to witness a wonderful congregation, a wonderful discussion, a wonderful conversation of all the minds together, so that at the end of the day, as the principal sir has said, we need to come out with a conclusion of it. So that conclusion is very important. I thank all the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak on this occasion. I thank Sri Kaleswari College Sivakasi, all the entire staff members and ISPELians for providing this wonderful opportunity. We are always there with the college, and we will help them out in whatever way they want as far as academics is concerned. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Yes, really, it is. We are indeed blessed to hear your beautiful words. Thank you, sir. Thank you again. A merry morning, one and all present here. Growth is never mere by chance, but it is the result of forces working together. I cordially greet you all to the first plenary session of our conference. Sweet and affectionate notes of the dignitaries filled our hearts with positivity and good vibes. With that spirit, I extend my special welcome to the resource person, Dr. T. Ravichandran sir, Professor of English, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, and the chairperson, Dr. A.S. Puvamama, Vice Principal and Head, Department of English, Cowley College, and all the amazing people who share similar visions and strive for the best.
Start with, may I now invite Mr. Shanta Kristina, Assistant Professor of English, to introduce the sunshine of the day, Dr. Ravichandran sir, who is awaiting to turn over a new leaf for us.
A fine good morning to everyone present here. It's my tremendous honor to introduce our chief guest and the chairperson of the session in this scholarly gathering. Indeed, we all privileged to have the noted educationalist and eminent scholar, Dr. T. Ravichandran, as our chief guest. He is a distinguished professor of IIT Kanpur. He is an erudite scholar and has many academic achievements to his credit. He won from Pondicherry University the Gold Medal Prize for his PhD work. He graduated from the American College Madurai, where he won A.V. Select Prize for standing first among MA candidates. Besides being a seasoned scholar, Sir has a very rich 30 years of teaching experience as a student-centric teacher. His areas of specializations are post-humanism, postmodern American literature, critical theory, and communication skills. Sir had a very resourceful and significant research experience. He has been presenting a number of papers in national and international conferences. He has written more than 50 research articles, book chapters, and supervised 10 doctoral theses, edited a special issues on cyberweb literature for the Creative Forum Journal, and published a book on postmodern identity. These diverse research contributions really stimulate us in a very big way to pursue quality research. In his distinguished 30 years of teaching career, Sir has taught various courses in English language and literature that are highly cherished by the students. I'm happy to state that this new course on climate fiction and films and perspectives of post-human and in films for the first time introduced in India. As NPTEL video and web courses on communication skills and Swayambhu course on developing soft skills and personality and enhancing soft skills, personality are well acclaimed nationally and internationally. As knockdown live webinar series delivered through various academic institutions were immensely popular and were well received by students and teachers from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Sir has held many administrative positions, including the Vice Chairman of Graduate Aptitude Test in Engineering and Chairman, Senate Undergraduate Committee at IIT Kanpur. He is the recipient of the prestigious Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Fellowship for his research and teaching at Duke University, North Carolina, USA. In addition, he is honored with Champa Devi Gangwal Chair Professorship at IIT Kanpur. Sir, I feel honored and elated that I was given this opportunity to speak about you and your accomplishment towards this great gathering. We feel lucky to have you at our national seminar. Indeed, we are all grateful to you, sir, for accepting our invitation and gracing the event. I am sure today we all will be able to seek an insightful guidance from your thoughts, sir. Similarly, I am pleased to take the opportunity to introduce our chief chairperson of the seminar. The session, Dr. A.S. Puvamma, Vice Principal, Head, Department of Kaveri College, Gonikopa, Karnataka. He is a seasoned scholar and very much keen in providing quality education and raised learned with 21st century life skills and competencies. She has presented numerous research papers in both national and international conferences and authored many creative poems and short stories. She has delivered invited talks in faculty development programs, orientation programs, and conferences. It's a matter of honor to state that she is a member of several different associations and received many awards. We are fortunate to have such an inspiring personality as our chairperson. With the due respect, I would like to thank you, ma'am, for sparing a valuable time with us. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. Diversity is the art of thinking independently together, said Malcolm Fox. It's my honor to invite the eminent resource person, Dr. T. Ravichandran Sir, Professor of English, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, to enlighten those who are immersed in the sea of research and starving for pearls of wisdom.
Thank you and good morning to all of you. First to check whether my audio is clear to all of you.
Yes, sir, of course.
Okay. Secondly, in between, I want some interaction from the audience. So how would they interact? Using the chat or will they be able to interact directly?
So we have enabled the audio device, sir, so no issues.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Chat is also possible, I think, and audio is also possible. Okay. So let me begin and then I'll share the PPT. I'll once again check with you whether the PPT is visible or not. At the outset, my very humble thanks to the principal sir, the head of the Department of English, and all the organizers who were responsible for making this possible. And especially Dr. Femina, who approached me long before and then insisted that this should be made possible. So special thanks to her. And all of you who were involved in making this two-day national level conference from the Sri Kalishwari College, Sivakasi. So my heartfelt congratulations to even conceive of such an event, because today many people honestly would not dare to conduct an event on postmodern voices. Okay, so this is a topic that everyone thinks they know much about it, they have heard about it. But then if you ask them to talk more about it, then they better shy away from talking about it. And transdisciplinarity. So postmodernism as such is discipline term and transdiscipline one also. So it's a very relevant topic of the time. So before I actually start my full session, I would like to share the screen, and then I need the host to enable me to share the screen. So please, currently it is showing it is disabled. Okay, so I think it is enabled, and I'm trying to show this. So are you able to see the slide?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Just a second, I'm just setting up my screen also. Okay, I hope it is clear now. Let me start. So as I said at the outset, postmodernism is a term that has been used, abused, misused. But very often people think that they are so thorough about using it. But maybe postmodernism is seen sometimes as a kind of monistic term, whereas it is essentially a term that is protean and multiple. So the entire talk will be to try to demystify this postmodern multiplicity and how we can actually approach this. And to many who really approach this, it looks like a kind of enigma, like a puzzle. And then I want to tell you, this could be also resolved if you look at it as a kind of entanglement. So to start with, is this a problem? Yes, this is a problem. And what is the postmodern problem? The major problem is grappling with the protean subject, postmodernism. It amounts to understanding the problems and then face the challenges. So many of you are willing to approach this as a problem, but there are some challenges and most would like to ignore the challenges. Now let us see how we can confidently approach this problem and then comprehend a postmodern text. I understand when a topic is discussed on postmodernism, as I said, many think that, yes, I know it very well. Yeah, I have seen that text. But in practice, honestly, it will look like very few have actually even looked at the text. Okay. One thing I would tell you is that as a kind of challenge, when you're actually listening to me and then looking at some of the text, at the end of it, also, I'm going to take a promise from you that at least you will try to read a text, see what is this postmodern text, experience, and then go back to the lecture and then appreciate what is being told. Now, when I say problem, as it is shown in the cartoon, some of you may be wondering, are there enough problems in the world already? I have so many problems. Why are you adding to my problem? Okay. Now, as a scholar critic, okay, today there is no literature that you can sit in an ivory tower and then enjoy the aesthetics, and we don't have that luxury. So today, like one of the courses that I am teaching is on climate fiction. So that calls for real action. Like you have to come down from the ivory tower and do something about it. So there are problems, and then we'll be able to give creative solutions, as like the cartoon it is indicated. And then let's see how we are going to approach this. I'm looking at the level in which you are introducing this as a kind of syllabus text to teach to PG level students, and then let's say PhD level people are interested in research, or faculty are interested in writing papers. So let us see how it will go. So the first one, when people want to do research in this area, one of the crucial aspects is they do not have a clear perception of postmodernism. Often they confuse it with modernism. One of the dissertations, PhD level dissertations I rejected was saying that it is postmodernism on Virginia Woolf, but actually it was modernism on Virginia Woolf. So I told them, either you try to remove this and then change everything to modernism, I can approve of it, or you identify a different author and then work on that author and then bring the postmodern features, then also I can approve of it. As such, I said it has to be rejected because there was a time when supervisors and research scholars, they said like, okay, we'll work on modernism. And then suddenly there is a kind of awakening and people think, oh, now modernism is now has become obsolete. Let's work on postmodernism or post-colonial theory. Okay, two-nation theory. So whatever is catchy, let us try to work on that. Now, in the process, what they do is they are not able to do proper justice, and then it is just like old wine in the new bottle, old thinking in a different bound title. But when I happen to assess those kind of thesis, I understand that there are issues. So one of the thing I will try to unravel in this talk is to help you to understand what are the real issues and how you can actually deal with postmodernism. And then, as I said, till many are yet to know the difference between a modern and postmodern and a traditional text. Besides, substantial research is possible only if the differences are sorted out clearly. So there is no point in saying you're working on a postmodern author or you're working on postmodernism or you are using a postmodern deconstructive approach to read something, but your essential reading is very traditional or completely modern. So that will be exposed if you are sending it to a foreign journal for publication, or if your thesis is sent to a foreign author for review. So that will be the situation. Okay. Now, let me try to make it more experiential. And what I'm going to do is in order to make you understand what is a postmodern text. So I just want you to know how does it differ from a traditional and or a modern text. Okay. And then let us look at a modern text and then a postmodern text. Okay. The reason is that those who claim to have read a typical postmodern fiction is often confusing it with a modern one and sometimes even a traditional one. And why so? Because sometimes a typical postmodern writer has also written traditional works, modern works, and also a typical postmodern text. So this is one kind of issue that we will be dealing with that very soon. Now let us look at a traditional text first. Okay. Now let's look at this and then read this. Sleeping Beauty, a fairy tale. How does it begin? Once upon a time. So it's creating a lot of familiarity. So we have heard thousands of stories which begin with this once upon a time. There was a queen who had a beautiful baby daughter. She asked all the fairies in the kingdom to the christening, but unfortunately forgot to invite one of them, who was a bit of a witch as well. She came anyway, But as she passed the baby's cradle, she said, when you are 16, you will injure yourself with a spindle and die. Oh no, screamed the queen in horror. A good fairy quickly chanted a magic spell to change the curse. When she hurt herself, the girl would fall into a very deep sleep instead of dying. As you know, there is a prince who comes as, and then after he kisses, she'll be awakened to the reality, and then they live happily ever after they get married. But this is the conventional story, causes a lot of familiarity. We know what to expect from this because the beginning is very easy for us to follow, and what is the climax and what is the end is easy to anticipate, but we enjoy reading this kind of story because it doesn't upset any of our expectations. Now let us look at a modern one, a typical modern one. Some of you must have read this already, from Franz Kafka's Metamorphosis. As Gregor Samsa awoke one morning from uneasy dreams, he found himself transformed in his bed into a gigantic insect. He was lying on his hard, as it were, armor-plated back, and when he lifted his head a little, he could see his dome-like brown belly divided into stiff, arched segments on top of which the bed quilt could hardly keep in position and was about to slide off completely. His numerous legs, which were pitifully thin compared to the rest of his bulk, waved helplessly before his eyes. What has happened to me, he thought. It was no dream. Now, very quickly put in chat or tell me on this one. What is the difference you find between the previous one and this one? Both looks like a fairy tale only. It's like a dream story, the previous one and this one. But what differences you find between the traditional one and modern one? What are the difficulties the modern text is posing? Very quickly, either in chat or you can use the voice, please. Can you enable the chat? Or anyone, like you can use the mic and speak also. You have read these kind of stories, both stories. The first one from childhood you've been reading, and this one, at least when you reached undergraduate or postgraduate, you would have read this. What is the difference between these two? I need some interaction. Only when you answer, I'll be able to go to the next one. Has anyone read Kafka's Metamorphosis? Okay, yeah, sorry, I could see the chat now. So Anita Marin Vincent says the first story was pleasant and predictable. The second one poses a stark difference by shocking the reader. Yes, there is a shock to the reader as well as the person who is involved in it. What is the transformation? What is the metamorphosis? Okay. So Abba says like has read the Metamorphosis. So tell me, what are the other differences? What about the beginning? So the first one, how do you feel about the beginning, and what about this beginning? This is also the beginning of the novel. Okay. So yes, okay. Anita again says it's in the middle of action. Okay. Abba says it's abrupt. Okay. Okay. Now, just to continue with your thoughts, it looks like a very simple, innocuous beginning, but it's not so. So the modern writer is very deceptive. Kafka is also trying to tell, hey, I'm also going to tell you a fairy story. Okay. Just like once upon a time, my protagonist also just woke up one morning. Okay. But then there is a shock. It's not the normal waking up. And there is no clarity whether it is still dream or reality. How could a person turn something like a gigantic cockroach? And then suddenly 2 legs have become so many legs. And the person is not able to turn himself around. Okay. So these are the shocks, but what is more interesting is using a technique, surrealistic technique, to tell you what is happening in reality, is introducing a kind of metamorphosis, a change, to tell how people will change around. Like the way we have seen, for example, in a pandemic situation like COVID-19, which is very close to metamorphosis, even a very close member gets infected by the virus. So people are running away from the person. We have heard of stories where the dead body of a family member was not collected by the other family members in fear of getting the pandemic afflicting them. Now, how people change. So he wanted to introduce a surrealistic technique to bring that realism and what is reality. And then it goes as if it is happening as a kind of thought from the protagonist's mind. And slowly we try to figure out what is happening, but it goes with layered meanings. Okay, and then trying to bring the stark reality just by going to a surrealistic technique. Now, let us see how postmodernism will go about. And let us look at a very simple postmodern text. Okay, are you all prepared to see a postmodern text? Okay. Yes, I'm going to show that, and then just tell me your spontaneous responses compared to the previous two texts. So this is the simple postmodern text. Okay. Respond quickly. What do you understand? What do you read from this? You can put it in chat, or you can like read it and tell me what you have understood. So Anita says unable to connect with the writer, chaos. Yes, okay. That is because someone tell me why you are not able to connect with the writer. Why there is chaos or apparent chaos. Suraj says it does not make sense. We are not able to figure out what is there. Language, okay. So you can see while the conventional writers and even the modern writer will try to work on the paradigms that are known to you as a reader, just like your mother or grandmother telling you a story, a postmodernist would try to challenge that, because they say that reality is mediated through language. And when we use a familiar language, you always try to see reality the way we want to see. So they introduce concepts like death of the author. They say that what will you do if the author is not there to guide you and tell you, hey, this is the beginning, this is the middle, and this is the end. How do you get the story? Okay. So they defamiliarize, but let me try to help you by familiarizing this. What I did is I just changed the font. Now I'm going to show you the actual text, how it looks, and then again you tell me, now are you able to understand this text? This is from a text that has been repeatedly nominated for Nobel Prize, but then repeatedly rejected for the complexity of the text. It's from Thomas Pynchon's Gravity's Rainbow, prescribed those days even in Madras University and other syllabus. But let me read this, and then before I read, this is the same thing that you are seeing previously in a different font. I deliberately changed the font just to make you see that. Now, even after reading this, let me ask you, how do you feel the difference? Let's read this first. Paranoid Systems of History, PSH. And mind you, this is a literature novel. a short-lived periodical of the 1920s whose plates have all mysteriously vanished, Natch has even suggested in more than one editorial that the whole German inflation was created deliberately simply to drive young enthusiasts of the cybernetic tradition into control work. After all, an economy inflating, upward bound as a balloon, its own definition of Earth's surface drifting upward in value, uncontrolled, drifting with the days, the feedback system expected to maintain the value of the more constant having humiliatingly failed, unity gain around the loop, unity gain, zero change, and hush that way forever. These were the secret rhymes of the childhood of the discipline of control, secret and terrible, as the histories say. So, what do you infer? It continues like this. Edges were hardly ever glimpsed, much less flirted or with. Destruction, hope, and demons, yes, including Maxwell's, were there deep in the woods with other beasts vaulting among the earthworks of your safety. So was the rocket's terrible passage reduced literally to bourgeois terms, terms of an equation such as that elegant blend of philosophy and hardware, abstract change, and hinged pivots of real metals, which describes motion under the aspect of your control. Now, to me also, it is difficult to read. If there is a mathematician among you, would be able to read this theoretic representation, delta, theta, and all that. But concluding line of this paragraph, persevering, possessing, steering between Scylla and Charybdis the whole way to Brushenless. Now tell me, what is the difference that you see between a conventional, modern and postmodern text? This is the typical postmodern text. Have you seen it, read it, and what difficulty you pose? Initially, you said the language is unfamiliar. Now the language is familiar. The language is English. Yes, put it in chat or just use the audio, please. So Premlata ma'am, what do you think about this?
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, please.
Sir,
Go ahead.
Sir, it's Abhishek from Sri Kavishwari College.
Okay, yeah, please.
And the difference between the first two and this one is, you have already explained before starting the set of literature, which means the one who is learning or the one who is studying, it will be easy for them. But when it comes to the one who are learning some other subject, like if they're going with BCom or some other thing, they find it difficult because the first one starts the it's a fairy tale, right? So each and everyone doing their
Disrupted.
contains
Hello.
all.
Yeah, continue. Yes, yeah, please.
So a type of a person who has the literature knowledge can go through all these things. But from my perspective, it will be a really difficult thing because I'm from possibly English. Even I cannot understand a single line for this. So that's what I feel. The difference between the first and second thing.
Okay. So some of the keywords from what you said, very difficult to understand. Although you are from English literature, you have read a lot of literary text, although you can understand English very well. That may be the real intention of the writer also, to make it complex than the ones. Look at the title of the two-day this conference seminar. This is transdisciplinarity also. So if we think that we belong only to English discipline and we know only English, here in just 2 paragraphs, the author is talking about rocket, parabola theory, mathematical equation, using myths, Scylla and Charybdis, referring to Ulysses. Okay, and there are terms like cybernetics, and then there is a terms from physics called Maxwell's demon. Okay, so lot of things are brought in here, completely making it an interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary subject, and being exclusively related only to English and English literature is going to be problematic. And the language is not just English, it's just mixing so many other things, like even Max is becoming part of this. Anita ma'am is saying, yes, language is different and it breaks the stereotype of the genre of fiction. Sounds like a research article, complicated sentence structures. Yes, thank you. Sometimes 2 pages go with the novel and it's just one single paragraph. Okay, it runs like that. So complicated sentence structures. Sounds like a research article. There are many people who are wondering about Thomas Pynchon's anonymity because no one knows where he lives. And then one critic very admiringly asked the question, is Pynchon a single person or a committee? Okay, or a committee that is working on this thing. How could he come out with so many interdisciplinary materials? So that was the question that he asked. But then let us understand that this is postmodernism, and I'm trying to figure it out for you. So if you have understood that it is complex, let us try to understand the problems in understanding a postmodern text. We start with the problems of definition, which is going to be really problematic. And then we will move with the complex theoretical background without understanding even some of the theory, which is very difficult to understand the text because most of the writers are also theoreticians. And the problem of over connectivity, like in one sentence, it will connect to physics, geometry, maths, and then cybernetics, rocket theory, etc. And then there is an unconventional treatment given. So we are all used to conventional way of looking at it. This unconventional treatment is going to create problem. And the text per se, the text as such, as I was trying to show you, 3 texts. The third one is the postmodern one. It will pose some problem. And there are some advocated curatives if you are looking at this as a problem. Let us start with the first one, the problem of definition. Let us fix the protean. Postmodernism is a polysemantic and self-contradictory term. Polysemantic, a term with many layered meanings. It's not even ambiguous. It's multi-meaning term, okay, more than one meaning. And it is self-contradictory. Why it is self-contradictory? Because it is containing its enemy within. Post-modern. So modernism is the enemy that it seeks to fight, contradict, but at the same time revise and then rework on. And it's operating very much like the mythical Proteus. Now, what is the characteristic of this mythical Proteus? Proteus is known for his shape-shifting ability. Proteus can change not only as various human beings, different shapes like an old man or a young person, like a man or a young lady or a old woman, or various animals like a horse or a butterfly or a honeybee, or in various forms like sand, water, fire, tree, and so on. So the mythical Proteus can take various forms, shift into various elements, various ways. So that is another thing that defines postmodernism, that it's also kind of takes various shapes and then it shifts very quickly. So Ehab Hassan, a very noted postmodern critic, refers to this as semantic instability. So if you want to describe what is postmodernism, it's known for its semantic instability. The meaning itself is not stable. And then he says, like, combined with that, there is brash adolescence and with equally unstable terms. What he means by this is the time when he was writing the article, much was debated on what is this term signifying, what is the meaning of it. And he says it was noted for brash adolescence. It's like a young adult making a lot of mischief. Okay. And then just let me also highlight the other one. He also says, like, no critic agree with one term of postmodernism. So while some critics refer to postmodernism, there are others who would still consider postmodernism as neo or avant-gardism, which is a kind of extension of modernism itself. Okay. There are others who simply considered once upon a time as a kind of extension of modernism, as that is why the confusion. Even today, some supervisors think that, oh, this is another modernism. And then, oh, you write another thesis. Just don't say modernism, say postmodernism, and then you get a degree in postmodernism without understanding the confounding difficulties. And then there are critics. So there's a German critic, Andreas Fusen, who says like, while the postmodern break with the classical modernism was fairly visible in architecture. So postmodernism, one more confounding difficulty is that it started in architecture, it started in visual arts, okay, and before it entered into literature, it's already familiar in cultural studies. So when we are struggling to understand what is postmodernism in literature, it's already clearly distinguishable in architecture, but the notion of a postmodern rupture, a clear break in literature, has been much harder to ascertain. So that is another problem. And as I said, some people say postmodern, still they will be talking about a conventional literature only. The other confounding difficulty, there is no general consensus. The different accounts of postmodernist literature and its relation to modernist fiction that have been offered by Leslie Fielder, Ehab Hassan, and John Barth. John Barth himself is a central proponent of postmodernism. He is a novelist and then a critic. I'll be also referring to him later. Among others, in Joel Black's opinion, hardly constitute a consensus. And none of these views has yet succeeded in becoming a definite critical statement on the subject. Interestingly, if you look at postmodernism as a historical term, let us say when the preface to Lyrical Ballads was written and published in a particular year, you can say, oh, Romanticism started. Modernism started when Ezra Pound said this in this year, when T.S. Eliot published in this year, like that. In postmodernism, can you say something like that? Although we can vaguely figure out something, but by the time you think you have just started understanding about postmodernism, there are critics like Bradbury. The way they talk about it, it makes you understand that it's a kind of borderless, amorphous term. Because Bradbury said way back in 70s, 80s that postmodernism has come to its end. And in the 90s, John Barth was saying it's a synthesis yet to come. And by the time when I was completing my research in the 90s, okay, when it was said that, okay, this is something that has come to an end, there are encyclopedias that are coming. Okay, just a minute, I'm just taking a break. If you want to pause the recording, pause it. I was trying to tell you, yeah. So what I was trying to tell you that when I was researching in the 80s, 90s, and when we are trying to grapple this as a new term, there are already critics saying that, oh, postmodernism has come to an end. There is postmodernism. There is postmodernism, and there was no end to it. And then even now, in an institute like IIT Kanpur, when I'm introducing this as a course to PhD scholars, I realized that there are encyclopedias of volumes which are being written on this. There are new researches, new approaches, new studies. As one critic said that there is no end by which we can look at the text using a postmodern approach. We can go to Shakespeare. Already plenty has been written on Shakespeare, and he says we can even end up saying that Homer was a postmodernist. Okay, the perspective, the approach that has changed, and we need to understand how. Although these people are trying to say that it is yet to come, we can understand from Ehab Hassan that not only semantic instability, but it's also known for its historical instability. Okay. He says like it has a kind of continuity, discontinuity from modernism. And at the same time, he says like modernism and postmodernism are not separated by a kind of iron curtain or Chinese wall. History is a palimpsest. What is a palimpsest? So we have text written on palm leaves those days. Okay. When you write on a palm leaf, you will be erasing old one and you will be having a new one. So he says history is like that. You cannot completely erase the past, but the present the imprints of the past, all are intermingled. So as Eliot says, not only of the pastness of the past, but also of its presence in the present. Okay. So historical instability, there is no clear-cut definition of when it started, when it ended, how it is continuing, because he says culture is permeable to time, past, present, and future. And he says we are all a little Victorian, modern, and postmodern at once. And a writer can write both a modernist and postmodernist work. Okay. David Lodge, another interesting modern postmodern critic, he makes an observation. He says, like, let's better call this as a creature rather than literature. Quote unquote from him, he says, like, postmodernism has established itself as an a creature in Barthes' sense of the word, a mode of writing shared by a significant number of writers in a given period. Now, I told you that you should make note of some of the writers, the names that are being told to you, to understand clearly who are the representative postmodern writers. And then this is actually a compilation from various critics. The moment we talk about postmodern tendency, it conjures up a galaxy of writers and critics. Now, to name only a few dominant ones among the writers, Italo Calvino, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Umberto Eco, John Fowles, John Barth, Thomas Pynchon, Jerzy Kosinski, William Burroughs, Donald Barthelme, Raymond Federman, John Hawkes, William Goss, E.L. Doctorow, Robert Coover, D.M. Thomas, Salman Rushdie, and J.M. Coetzee. Among the critics, Jacques Derrida, Jacques Lacan, Roland Barthes, Michel Foucault, Jean-Francois Lyotard, Susan Sontag, Leslie Fielder, Ehab Hazen, Paul de Man, Harold Bloom, J. Hillis Miller, Gerald Hoffman, and Jeffrey Hartman. Now, the most mischievous and complex and notorious of all these postmodern critics, Jacques Derrida, his own theory of deconstruction and the notion of play foregrounds the complex theoretical background of postmodernism. In an interview when Derrida was asked, like, what is deconstruction and what is it not? Can you say that clearly? And Derrida said, what deconstruction is not? Everything, of course. What is deconstruction? Nothing, of course. He enjoys reveling in paradoxes, ironies, and this is the way he plays with the language and tries to introduce his term. What Derrida does is he undermines the supposition that the system of language provides adequate grounds to establish the boundaries, the coherence or unity, and the determinate meanings of a text or self. Most of you must be knowing that he introduced this complex term, and most of the term he uses single word, but it's like becomes very complex. The term like difference, okay, he puts that slash on A, indicating that it has the meaning of both the English and the French, which implies that it's referring to difference as well as deference. So difference in terms of binaries and deferring the meaning. So structuralists had the belief that language works in terms of contiguity. So one word and next word, and then you are able to compare and contrast and understand this. So here for the post-structuralist, it's mostly deferring. So the meaning is incomplete always. It is partial till it reaches the absolute signified, which is always a kind of floating signifier. It can never reach the absolute signified because it's not there. So there is no central meaning. Absolute signified concept is not there. Center is seen as a construct. But rather than seeing this as a kind of, you can say, moaning. So Derrida says one can play along. So why would we see this as a kind of moaning? Let us not moan. And this is the basic difference between the modernist and the postmodernist. Okay, so while modernists would try to moan it, postmodernists would like to rejoice, play along in the multiplicity, and affirm the provisional nature of all meaning. Now let us look at this term center and truth, which is seen as a kind of construct. Because until postmodernism, people said that, oh, only my religion can tell you the truth. Only my leader, my book, okay, my country, my language tells you the truth, and that is the whole truth. Postmodernism says it's a construct. Umberto Eco says that postmodernism is born at the moment when we discover that the world has no fixed center. He says that is the birth of postmodernism. And Wolfreich says it in a very convoluted manner, quote unquote. This is not to say that there are no truths, but to put it in a somewhat convoluted manner. The truth of truth is that there is no truth. This is truth's truth. Mark Curry, another critic, refers to the structuration and multiplicity of postmodernism, quoting from another critic, Wolfreich, where the structuralist was concerned with structure, the post-structuralist is concerned with structuration, or the ways in which the text is constructed by criticism. So what happens? The old either or breaks down, and the new both and also of multiplicity and difference opens up new possibilities. So rather than lamenting the loss like the modernist, what the postmodernist would do is to rejoice, okay, and celebrate multiplicity and fragmentation. Frederick Jameson considers postmodernism as a kind of cultural formation. And he considers modernism and postmodernism as stages of capitalism. This is an interesting way of looking at it from the cultural point of view. The first stage, he says, is market capitalism. It was during this 18th to late 19th century in Western Europe, England, and the United States, symbolized by the steam-driven motor and represented in the text as realistic mode of representing realism. Now, the second one is the late 19th century to the mid 20th century during the Second World War, refers to monopoly capitalism. The invention is electric and internal combustion motors and representing modernism. Now, understand the difference between modernism and postmodernism. The third is multinational or consumer capitalism associated with nuclear and electronic technologies and correlated with postmodernism. Multinational, consumerist culture, electronic technologies, particularly the computer and the internet, nanotechnology, biotechnology, all are linked with postmodernism. Now, let's look at postmodernism from some of the interesting definitions. For example, Jean Lyotard used this famous definition of postmodernism. While defining that, he said that it's nothing but showing incredulity toward meta-narratives, disbelief towards meta-narratives. Now, what are meta-narratives? So they are also called as grand narratives. They are the big stories which are controlling the small stories, small narratives of our normal life. So modern societies, they create categories, order or disorder to achieve stability. For example, in one country, they will say, let us follow democracy, and that will give us stability. From a psychological point of view, Freud says, let us understand psychoanalysis. Let us look at everyone in terms of ego and superego. And psychoanalysis, psychology is considered to give order, disorder, and it's another kind of meta-narrative that is created. Marxist ideology, it's another kind of meta-narrative. So what is behind the actual narrative that is operating it? He says postmodernism creates a kind of disbelief, incredulity. It doesn't want to believe that. Because Lyotard equates stability with the idea of totality or a totalized system. So to bring thing as a monolithic one, as a total stable one, and order. So this is done in modern societies, and how it is done, it's done through grand narratives or master narratives, which are stories a culture tells itself about its practices and beliefs. So a grand narrative is meta ideology such as democracy. Lyotard, to counter, he talks about many narratives. He says postmodern many narratives are always situational, provisional, contingent, and temporary, making no claim to universality, truth, reason, or stability. Just like, for example, the colonial master said only European culture is supreme. Okay. So postmodern mini narratives would say that how is a small local aboriginal culture is inferior to your culture. So it will bring a small local voice. We are talking about voices. It will actually try to expose the kind of submerged, subjugated voices. Or if you read, for example, Shakespeare from Hamlet's point of view, somebody like Tom Stoppard would write a play and then talk about Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, bringing in from the ones who are marginalized from the marginal point of view. So we have new historicism, which is a kind of mushrooming aspect of postmodernism that talks this way. Another important postmodern critic, Jean Baudrillard, he says there are only signifiers with no signifiers. There are only pictures of chairs. This means if you put a cup on a table, they say that there is no way you can touch the object in a literal sense, because figuratively, your mind is trying to capture that image through language only. So, example of chairs, without any real chairs ever being referred to or existing, he calls this separation of signifier from signified is simulacrum, a representation without an original that it copies. Simulacra, the plural of simulacrum, don't mirror or reproduce or imitate or copy reality. They are reality itself. So simply speaking, today we are all caught in images. We buy a product thinking that it's our own conscious decision, but the decision is actually intercepted in our mind through media, through advertisements. So, and we actually think the images as real, and Baudrillard says that it doesn't make any difference with reality. So that is real. And then there is this complex theoretical background. So there are so many labels. So postmodern fiction, some people think that it is metafiction. Linda Hutchins says it is historiographic metafiction. Raymond Federman says it is surfiction. And there are others who consider this as parafiction. So many labels all talk about postmodern fiction only. All of these labels try to talk about this used upness or looking at fiction as a kind of construct. So Federman says, surrealists called that level of man's experience that functions in the subconscious surreality. I call that level of man's activity that reveals life as a fiction, surfiction. He says, life is a fiction, not because it happens in the streets, but because reality as such does not exist, or rather exists only in the fictionalized version. Now, let's come to the next aspect of our discussion, the problem of overconnectivity. I try to highlight this in the postmodern text that I showed to you, that it is typically interdisciplinary in nature. Let us look at some examples. John Barth, I'm quoting from him, says in one of the famous novels, to understand any one thing entirely, no matter how minute, requires the understanding of every other thing in the world. And Thomas Pynchon's one important character says, everything is connected. So this is the thinking. They don't see literature as a monolithic subject. They see that it's connected. Of the various disciplines that were used in Pynchon's text, they tried to look at that, and then they said that he's using many references, and this is typifying a postmodern text that has these kind of transdisciplinary connections: the fine arts and mass media, literature and criticism, philosophy and psychoanalysis, architecture and cybernetics, anthropology and mythology, mathematics, social science and technology, history and geography. Thomas Pynchon, he makes wide use of thermodynamics, and his first short story is entitled Entropy, and he brings in a lot of quantum physics because he himself was a kind of person who specialized in engineering. He happened to be an engineering graduate from Cornell University. Then he developed interest in literature. Okay. Another close theme with literature is when it talks about space, it's like now talking more about cyberspace. And literature actually extends to technocultural studies. And it alters the definition of literature as something that is purely aesthetic and human oriented. The postmodern science fiction foregrounds cyberpunks, okay, that is novels, which is essentially having computer and computer centered protagonists like hackers as the main characters. William Gibson's 1984 published cult cyberpunk is Neuromancer. It's a play on this necromancer. What happens in this novel? Very briefly, the body has completely disappeared in the cyberspace, and the organic body, the way we see as human body, has completely vanished. And it only illustrates different types of techno-integrated bodies. There is the supplanted body, as in rats, the bartender, who has a Russian military prosthetic arm. So you can see body getting synthesized with technology as a normal mode. Organ transplants have become so common and cheap. Hearts, lungs, pituitary glands, pancreas, and kidneys are cheaply sold in underground market. There is this character Molly, who is a razor woman and who has surgically transformed body with mirrored glasses for eyes and housings beneath her nails for sliding in and out scalpel blades. There are also technological resurrection for bodies in the form of clones. Bodies also change identities by undergoing cosmetic surgeries. There is a character by name Wage, and his face was a tanned, unforgettable mask. Look at the eyes. The eyes were vat-grown sea green Nikon transplants. There is another character, Angelo, whose face was a simple graft grown on collagen and shark cartilage, polysaccharide, smooth and hideous. Additionally, by having tooth bud transplants, Angelo possesses the razor-sharp canines of some large animal. There are also instances of ageless bodies. The body is seen as a kind of mechanism in which you can repair and replace things. So thanks to the genetic surgeons in Tokyo who are able to reset the code of Julius Diana's DNA, he continues to live for more than 135 years. 135 years. He keeps on changing the body into various things. Now, in the postmodern era, the technological era, the internet era, knowledge is available in digitalized form. Okay. And one of the critics says that knowledge will be completely digitalized in terms of binaries. So it's already we are having most of the text in the form of soft copies. Most of the lectures are getting digitalized. I'm also mediating you through computer. Okay. So knowledge is now going to be popularly available in this form. But the interesting point they say is what is not digitalizable on the one hand will cease to be knowledge, but the opposite of knowledge is not ignorance. As it is in the modern humanist paradigm, knowledge opposite is ignorance, but here it is rather noise. Now, noise does not mean the kind of bad sound that is coming from external sources, but noise is referring to a kind of chaotic information that is put together, which is unsorted information. So anything that does not qualify as a kind of knowledge is noise, is something that is not recognizable as anything within the system. Now, the important question is who decides what is noise? Who decides what is knowledge? So that becomes crucial in postmodern ideology. Another important critic or two critics who mostly write together. It's Gilles Deleuze and Felix Guattari. They propounded this famous concept of rhizome. And to understand postmodernism, you need to understand this rhizome because they write itself in a very rhizomatic manner. And when we say transdisciplinarity, it's better to look at that in terms of rhizome. How do we understand this easily? Look at the picture I have put on the right side, the tree of knowledge. So this is the tree model in which we are all familiar with. So the conventional thinking is completely tree model, which they call as arborescent model. And this is how knowledge operates in the Enlightenment modern Western world. So there is one root tree and then the branching of that. Now they throw out the model of the tree and replace that with a model of fungus, a rhizome, something like ginger, something like crabgrass, something like group of rats running, something like ants marching. So a rhizome is an organism which consists of interconnected living fibers, but with no central point, no particular origin, no definitive structure, no formative unity. A rhizome doesn't start from anywhere or end anywhere. At every point in its existence, it is the same, a network of individual but indistinguishable threads. Crabgrass, the internet, the World Wide Web. The most typical example is Wikipedia. It plays with the concept of death of the author, intertextuality, okay, and transdisciplinarity. Who is writing that text, you do not know. Who claims authorship, you do not know. Who started, who is going to end, it keeps on growing. So that is the rhizomatic way of functioning. The problem of over-connectivity is also happening because of the introduction of innovative concepts. John Barth, for example, uses the term cosmopsis. And frequently he uses this term cosmopsis. He refers to a portmanteau word. It's a combination of cosmopolitan and psychosis. What did he mean by that? He implies a cosmic awareness in which all things are possible and equally choose one particular idea and act. In a simple term, it's a disease of too much imagination, too much consciousness, and it paralyzes the mind and the body. We have an example of this character, Jacob Horner, in his novel, The End of the Road. Horner is a retired faculty from Johns Hopkins University. He goes to the railway station and he has about $16 in hand, and he asks the person who is sitting in the counter and he says, tell me where all I can go with this $16. So he leaves him with hundreds of options and he sits on the platform chair there, thinks about the possibilities of where he can go, and he sits paralyzed for more than 24 hours till he is found by another person who is specializing in cosmopsis, and is a famous therapy called mythotherapy, and he takes him and then he cures of him. Now, it's also seen as an eclectic version of many versions. While Barth is talking about cosmopsis, Pynchon uses the term entropy, referring to the chaos disorder. They all bring this eclectic version of many versions. Why? Several discrete views of postmodernism emerge, but not all are compatible. While John Barth talks about the literature of replenishment, Newman talks about the literature of an inflationary economy. Lyotard refers to postmodernism as a general condition of knowledge in the contemporary informational regime. Hassan talks about a stage on the road to the spiritual unification of humankind. He is actually anticipating post-humanism when he talks about postmodernism. The other problem, as it was discussed at the beginning itself, is the multilingual connections. To know what is postmodernism, one language is not going to be sufficient. Knowing only English is not going to help. So Pynchon, for example, knows French, Latin, Spanish, German, and he makes wide use of American slang. and understanding multilingual connections will help in comprehension of some of his character. Take, for example, Shale Schoenmaker in Pynchon's novel V. This is the title of a famous novel, V. Dot. If you split the term, you understand shale in English refers to ugly, Schauen in German, beauty, Mocker in German, again maker in English. Now, if you combine all the three terms, it's implying someone who would make ugly things beautiful. And in the novel, Shale Schoenmaker is a plastic surgeon who makes ugly faces beautiful. Now, again, they are just playing with this kind of naming act. They don't actually mean it seriously, but if you know many languages, it helps you to understand the intention. The other problem that we will have is the unconventional treatment that we will have with the characters themselves. The protagonist of the novel V. Dot is a character by name V. Dot. Now, this V can be identified with so many characters, objects, non-human things. V is predominantly identified in the novel with a girl named Victoria Wren, later as Victoria Magennis, and then Viola and Venus. At one point, one of the characters echoes reader's mind and says, what sex V might be, nor what genus and species. We don't know. And the first time when V appears in the novel, it appears in mercury vapor lamps receding in an asymmetric V as the vapor lamps V form. Second time in the form of V note, the name of a jazz club. And the third time in the form of Veronica, a female rat. So the issue is that if you go character as a fully flesh and blood human being, there are problems in postmodern text. You need to see character as protean personalities, because later V is pervasive in place names like Venezuela, Valletta, Vishu. In ideas like victory, virgin, view, vision, violence. You can see all are beginning with the letter V. As energy, the symbol of verb, volt, vector, velocity, all these things come in the novel. Now, critics have not only exhausted, exploited the terms that begin with V. They have inverted V and reversed as A, and then they look at alligator in the novel. There is a character who chases alligator, and A is considered as inverted V. Then double V, they say V is representing world. And then inverted double V, Yum. So there is an island, Malta. And at one point, one critic says that there is this island Vishu, and that is Pynchon's way of encoding and telling the reader, V is you. V is you, readers. You want to read V as vision, you read it. The way you want to read V as a rat, you read it. I would like to conclude this discussion on V with a famous term from Salman Rushdie. He says, it could be a P2C2E. What it means, P2C2E, he says, it's a process too complicated to explain. And it is true when one of the characters says in the novel, there is more behind and inside V than any of us had suspected, not who, but what. What is she? Not who, but what. What is she? We don't know. Okay. Now, coming to the concluding part, the text per se, as such, the text is subversive. So it's not trying to tell you the story like a fairy tale. It works to subvert all chances of attaining closure. So you want to go and see the conclusion, what is happening in, there is no conclusion. Pynchon's Crying of Lot 49 will begin with the inconclusive statement, the way the novel begins. It is self-reflexive, it is metafictional, it is intertextual. Patricia Waugh calls this fiction as metafiction and says it is fiction which calls attention to itself as an artifact in order to raise questions about the relationship between fiction and reality. John Barth, look at this famous line I have taken from his Lost in the Funhouse. See how he writes. The entire postmodern writing goes like this. God, comma, I abhor self-consciousness. So this self-reflexivity, he is not using comma, the punctuation mark, he puts word. So I have highlighted so that the reader says, hey, why is he putting word instead of comma? So he wants to show that, you see, this is what we do. We put certain things to make you understand certain things. So be aware of this. You understand the metafictional aspect of this. So God, comma, I hate this self-consciousness, but I'm doing this. I'm very much aware of what I'm doing. So this is the postmodern typical tendency. And then there are common epithets to describe this. Explicit use of metafictional technique stems from modernist questioning of consciousness and reality. Even when they say metafiction, they refer to self-conscious fiction, introspective fiction, which is auto-representational, introverted, narcissistic. The famous text by Linda Hutcheon is titled Narcissistic Narrative, or subtitled The Postmodern Parody. Intertextuality, other related terms. Roland Barthes uses this famous term, the death of the author. Michel Foucault also talks about this author's role as something that is dead already. Roland Barthes also introduces these terms, legible and scriptable text, and then says it's a language which speaks, not the author. Julia Kristeva, another eminent intertextual feminist critic, any text is constructed as a mosaic. Any text is the absorption and transformation of another. Let's quickly understand what is this readerly and writerly text, because it will make you understand why it is difficult to understand this postmodern text. Now, the readerly text is the one that is the typical one, like a fairy story, or even some of the modern texts are quite readerly. So that is reader friendly. So the readerly text, first let us look at that. It does not locate the reader as a site of the production of meaning. So reader is seen as a passive receiver, but only as the receiver of a fixed, predetermined reading. So the writer decides, oh, this will end as a tragedy. Okay, reader, so you should cry at the end. So I want to end this as a comedy. Okay, reader, so you should laugh at the end. Now, Italo Calvino's If on a Winter's Night's a Traveler, a typical postmodern text, a typical writerly text, it will not decide how it will go. It will say, it will have reader as one of the characters, and then it will give option to the reader. Reader, do you want to end this as a comedy or a tragedy? Okay, reader, I understand you want to make this a comedy. Okay, let me get you married to the other reader, and then you end this as a comedy. So that even the ending is not a closure, it resists, and then it makes fun of the conventional ending in the postmodern one, because it is writerly. What is writerly? It's a perceptual present upon which no consequent language, which would inevitably make it past, can be superimposed. The writerly text is ourselves writing before the infinite play of the world as function is traversed, intersected, stopped, plasticized by some singular system, ideology, genus, criticism, which reduces the plurality of entrances, the opening of networks, the infinity of languages. I would rather call the postmodern text as the teleological text. Why? The teleological text, what are they, and what is this teleological ones? The teleological text presuppose the theory that events and developments in life and fiction are due to the purpose of design that they are serving. The written text, as it was with a thematic or structuring principle, progress towards a predetermined text. The book is generally perceived as a discrete physical object and correspondingly conceived as a discrete unit of meaning. So this is having a structure, it has a predetermined conclusion, and it will move accordingly. Okay, and the reader is given the end by the writer. In the postmodern teleological text, It will decenter this notion and holds no specific purpose or design in its function. It decomposes the object of the book in order to deconstruct the book as concept, and also it retards both that decomposition and that deconstruction. Postmodern authors have done away with plot, character, setting, and theme. They view them as the true enemies of fiction. Consequently, the text has taken the pattern of a mosaic. Finally, challenges, not problems. If we see them as problems, they are due to a preconceived pattern of thinking. We are all trained in the traditional way, or to look at a text in the new critical way, look at a poem in terms of paraphrasing it, looking for an answer all the time, or searching for one-to-one correspondence between words and their meanings. So if you make no attempt to decipher, get one-to-one meaning, but if you try to disentangle, so you will understand the rhizomatic pattern of postmodernism and you'll be able to appreciate the text also. We say that postmodernism is multiple, it's plural, but as Roland Barthes points out, the plurality of the text does not yield to a variety of interpretations. Rather, it is an irreducible plural. Plurality does not mean this text conventional has one meaning, modern has two meanings because it is ambiguous, postmodernism has 10 meanings. No, he says it's an irreducible plural. You can keep on inferring meaning depending on the perspective. And as a concluding thought, we started with a cartoon. So maybe there can be no answers and there is only cross references. So this is from this Murphy's world. And as the cartoon suggests, in an increasingly complex world, sometimes old questions require new answers. 2 plus 2 will not be 4. It could be more than that also. So that is the postmodern plurality. It begins in a kind of bafflement. Robert Frost says, like, while defining what makes modern poetry, he says it begins in delight and it ends in wonder. But here it begins in bafflement. It kind of confuses you. It's the kind of text that you see. And then all of a sudden you find that you are somewhere in the middle. And like the couple in the picture shown, you wonder, how did we get to this? Do we want to stay? How do we leave if we want to? So it's like lost in the funhouse. There are multiple exits, multiple entries, and you're always on the middle. There is no beginning, there is no end. So we all need a fresh mind set to comprehend and accept the polysemy of postmodernism. Hopefully, I have tried to undo some of your earlier learnings, make you prepared, receive what is postmodernism. When you read a text, you will understand. Although it begins in bafflement, it refuses to end in wisdom. It leaves the reader all the more baffled, but that's part of the fun. If you start enjoying, some of the references which I have used will also give you clues as what kind of text that you can read. John Barthes, The End of the Reed. He is also the author of The Literature of Replenishment. Roland Barthes, the Death of the Author, From Work to Text. These are all important texts. Raymond Federman, Surfiction. Todd Gitlin, Life in the Postmodern World. And then Ehab Hassan, The Culture of Postmodernism. Linda Hutchins, Narcissistic Narrative is a very important one. Andreas Huysen, Mapping the Postmodern, looks at the modern postmodern kind of postmodernism and postmodernism's heyday, and then the thing that we consider as the transition post-postmodern stage. Linda Nicholson's Feminism, Postmodernism looks at that from the feminist point of view. An interesting critical theory book is Mary Clegg's Literary Theory, A Guide for the Perplexed. It has a very lucid discussion on what is postmodernism. Julia Kristova's Word, Dialogue, and Novel. David Lodge's Modes of Modern Writing. Pynchon's V, the book itself, Vineland. Patricia Wa's book on metafiction. And I myself have written article on this. There is a book level work by me on postmodern identity. I said I'll take a promise from you, and I thank you that you will all promise yourself to start reading a postmodern text today and finish it in a week's time. At least start with Paul Auster's City of Glass. Today, these are all available even in PDF format. City of Glass, interestingly, has a graphic version, which is very easy to read and understand. Then Italo Calvino, Seafawn, A Winter's Night, A Traveler. John Barth himself admires Calvino. John Barth's Lost in the Funhouse to understand what is metafiction. Crying of Lot 49 to understand how a covert metafiction operates. These are all very simple novels, like 150, 200 page, so that you can read and start understanding what is postmodernism. Otherwise, it is like the 5 blind men touching the elephant, and one saying like touching the leg and saying it's like a pillar, and another touching the body and saying it's like a wall, and so on. So you understand or you think you understand in parts, but it's very difficult to get a holistic picture of it. Now, nowadays it's a trend in movies to end it with post credits. Okay, so I also thought I'll end with some post credits, and this is to a donkey and a professor. A donkey and a professor, and courtesy Brecht and Barth. Actually, I'm taking this story from John Barth. And how is this donkey and a professor related? It was believed when Bertolt Brecht was writing his plays, he wanted to write the plays that would reach the common man. So he's writing about the proletariat, the working class. So he wanted the common people to understand every word. So it was believed that he was having a donkey's small toy. And then on the neck of the donkey, he had a tag. And the tag reads, "Even I must understand it." So whenever Brecht would write a complex sentence, like at the beginning, Anita ma'am was saying it's structurally complicated, postmodern one. So when Brecht would write a complicated sentence, complex word, he will strike it off. And he will think that, oh no, even the donkey should understand. Even a common man should understand. Even a person who is not an expert should understand. So he will change the language. So John Barth says, so that is, let us say, the Brechtian kind of place, very realistic kind of place. And that is how the authors were writing those days. But he says, when it comes to postmodern writers, writing the typical writerly kind of text, he says it looks like they have brought the most famous professor from Harvard or the world's #1 university and put the professor's statue, small one, idol, on the table, bookshelf. And it looks like on the forehead of the professor, it is written, "Even I must not understand it." So when it becomes simple, it looks like Barth says they strike it off and they try to make it more and more complicated. But this is on the lighter vein, but whatever I have given you will definitely make you understand. So thank you so much once again for giving this opportunity. So it's now open to questions, comments. So you can put in chat or you can ask the questions directly.
Thank you, sir, for an exuberant and thought-provoking address. Your session was really full of passion and priceless. Now the time has upon us. Let us shoot out our questions or queries. You can ask your questions.
So this is not,
Okay. Yeah, yes.
we're not asking a question, it's just a comment on it. As you said, postmodernism is rather an enigma. So as you said, everybody uses postmodernism as a blanket term. When we are asked to talk on postmodernism, they shy away from it. But
Yes, ma'am.
you were talking postmodernism was really a scholarly exposure on the nuances, the complex nuances of postmodernism. But as you correctly said, even personally speaking, I thought I know enough of postmodernism, but at the end of your lecture, it has left me more baffled. Yeah, but maybe it's a right beginning.
Of course, I am familiar with the concept of intertextuality, metafiction, magical realism, parody, of postmodernism. But the scholarly text and the writerly text and the readerly text, it's all new to us. Of course, is there a text in the class? You are playing with the gravity's rainbow.
Yes, ma'am.
Pinches. Yeah, we understood that it is not your familiarity with the language or the familiarity of the content that makes the text understandable to you. Yeah, because even when the font is changed, when it came in the English language, still we couldn't decipher the meaning. But the thing is that what I say is, we have really got glimpses into the world of technology of an IITian. Of course, sometimes it felt it was flowing over my shoulder, but still it was, you have dinned information into us. For postmodernism, of course, you are familiar with the Derrida, Lacan, Harold Bloom, Michael Foucault. But when you gave us the list of the writers associated with the postmodernism, I have really taken down the names and I'm yet to get familiarized. Really, you had put us in our place. There is a lot to know about postmodernism, but really, you opened the gateway. You have really opened the gateway to the large campus of postmodernism. I'm very happy that I have attended your lecture, sir. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have listened to an IITian, a professor of English it is entirely different. Your approach to a literary aspect, even that was packed with so much of the latest technology, and it was a real new beginning. I'm very happy. I was very happy that I have attended your session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And it was a very excellent comment that you have given on the presentation. And I appreciate the way you admitted that, as I said, like people think they know, but then I just, like the tip of the iceberg, I highlighted some of the problems of postmodernism, and you had a self-awareness that, yes, there is more to know. That is one good thing. Second thing, like I'm an IITian now. When I started working on postmodernism, I was a research scholar from Pondicherry University. And I worked in various other places before reaching IIT. But definitely working on an area like this has got a job from a place like IIT, because I could easily figure out how the postmodernism can be seen in context. That is one thing. And the other thing, like the more you know, the more you read some of the important interesting ones that I had given, it will try to change the mindset. The postmodernism, after all, is a kind of lens that we need to wear and look at the text. So that is what is needed. So you rightly foregrounded that, and I'm thankful to you for all your comment. Yeah, other questions, other comments, observations? Okay, if others are thinking, let me go to the, yes, ma'am. I can also look at the one in chat if people need more time. So Suraj has written that he's a research scholar working on this, and through a time and space perspective, novelist or realistic in representation, can we see postmodernism in realistic novels? If yes, how realism or modernism possible to endorse post-colonial elements? See, you understand some of the basic tenets of postmodernism. So some of the essays which I have used will make you understand. And modernism, however fragment it may be, it will try to go for a unified coherence, and it will try to say that we can still approach reality using a mythical method. Like James Joyce and T.S. Eliot will say, reality is chaotic, but we will bring myth and then we will give a coherence. Now, postmodernism says chaos is chaos. Let us celebrate it. Why are you bringing myth? Myth is another meta narrative. Okay. So how people look at reality is the first thing that you need to decode, and the way you try to look at the way these authors are looking at reality. For example, the realistic representations are the ones most of the postmodern writers make fun of. So they will say that a character by name R dot living in 112 P dot street. So actually they say that how closely you are saying that you are writing a realistic fiction, and as a child born, the child remembers from the first word the child spoke until the death what happened to the child. When today we are not able to remember what we ate 1 week before, what happened to us 2 or 3 days before, how they have this graphic memory when they write autobiography, and what kind of folly we are involved in when we believe that autobiography is 100% correct. So they say that they are bringing a fictionalized reality. So try to understand that. And if you're able to, if you believe that as real, then you are becoming a kind of realist, traditionalist. If you try to even show the contradiction, then you become a modernist. So it depends much on how you try to look at it. So Rashmi ma'am and Abha both are saying it's an excellent session. Thanks to both of you. Rashmi ma'am is saying enriching session. Thank you. So other questions, other doubts or comments? Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes. Yeah, please go.
Sir, actually, it's a comment, not a clarification. While we are preparing for NET, having a single big book, we go through everything. But whenever I attempt it, I have a same question: where we are lagging. Actually, from your session, we learned that we are standing in the entrance, not even entered into the field of the foregoing literature, the way to go, the miles to go. That's what I realized today. Where we are lagging, here we are lagging. Literature is moving very much forward and we are standing behind. That's what I realized. Knowing that we don't know anything is the first knowledge, I think. I just realized that. I thank you so much for making us to realize. Thank you so much, sir.
Ma'am, but my aim in delivering the lecture is not to leave with anyone with a bafflement or with a sense of insecurity that I don't know anything. It's at least to bring you and make you realize you are somewhere in the middle. So you have already entered. There is no escape now. Now you have to figure out a possible route. Okay. And look at the interesting thing. So most of you maybe of my age group, the senior faculty at least who are sitting there. Although I said it's very difficult to figure out a date for postmodernism, if you identify 1966 as the year in which Derrida gave his famous lecture on structure, significance, and the play in humanism or human sciences, in which Lévi-Strauss was attending and Derrida was the last speaker, and very dramatically said, structuralism is dead and postmodernism is born. 1966, the year in which I was born, and many of you are born, or even born before that, or slightly later. Now, understand the irony, paradox that we are involved in as scholars of literature. We are born as postmodernist. The time we are born, we are already postmodernist. Or the new generation, the 90s and the 20s kids, they are already postmodernist. If you look at the chronological way. But look at the educational system that we are having, the Macaulay, minuted, old colonial kind of educational system that wanted us to be only clerical people who just be subservient to the English colonial masters. They wanted us to read Shelley, Shakespeare, and then understand that and appreciate literature that way. There was no introspection. But if you, and then the only predominant way of looking at a text is new critical text. Okay, new critical approach. That is the approach all our teachers have taught us without even knowing that. So this text, this is the meaning. Look at the text and see how it is working in the entire paragraph or the entire poem, how it is contributing to the entire novel. So the thematic understanding is the one that we are quite familiar with. And then like when you reach maybe good universities, good institutes, at least at PG level, that is at MA level, they introduce something called postmodernism. Modernism comes like when you are in BA, sometimes second year, third year. In my final year, I came to know about T.S. Eliot and modernism when I was doing. And then like PhD level, no idea about even postmodern. MA level, no idea about even postmodernism. It's at PhD level. I had to figure out what was that. Okay. So this is like, you can see after 25 years of the birth, when already I would consider that we all, if you are born at that time, are born as postmodernist, but the paradox irony is that we realize much later. Okay, so once we understand this, like we are already caught in that kind of circumstance situation, we are postmodernist, we are post-humanist already. In fact, one of the famous book written by Catherine Hales is How We Became Post-Humans. Like when we are looking at postmodernist, we need to go back and see how we became postmodernist. Okay, so now you don't have to see how will I become a postmodernist. You have to go how I became already. How am I caught in this? How did I reach this center? Already I am there, but there is no center for Derrida. So how do I see this reality as constant? So that is, as I said, it's a change in mindset. It's one need to do a lot of undoing, redoing. But in a practical level, when you read postmodernist, when they say that reality is not a monolith, it's not a single version, it's pluriversion, it's multiple version, it helps you to develop good human relationships. So when you, for example, when I went to a new institute, there is one set of people telling that, oh, this person is a very evil person, and showing another one as this is like an angel, very nice person. But in reality, when you look at it from a postmodern lens, you know that there is no binary, there is no black and white. It tells you to throw light on the gray areas, which is normally missed. And when you understand that there is no person who is fully evil and there is no one who is fully God. So that is the postmodern approach. It keeps you in between, that middle. It is both and. You have to say, yeah, oh, yes, this person may be both a devil as well as a God. Let's see what is in between, what makes this person human. So that, in that sense, if you take it, it's a very exciting approach to look at life. It's a very approach to see the culture that we are surrounded in. And in terms of using deconstruction to read, which is another challenge, which is used by feminists, which is used by post-colonial writers. When you understand how to use deconstruction, you realize like your mind itself will function in that way. So that is why as a interpretative technique, as a heuristic possibility, postmodernism is not going to have any end. It cannot be written off so easy. So these are some thoughts I wanted to add. Other questions or any comments, observations?
I feel delighted to call upon the chairperson, Dr. A.S. Puvamma ma'am, to give her concluding remark.
My special thanks to chairperson for bearing with a very long lecture and discussion. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, I must thank you.
Chairpersons will
I must
interfere
thank
and
you.
yeah,
I really
tell
must
to
thank you because
stop.
it was an exhaustive presentation and an eye-opener for everybody to look into the various nuances and then take a book and read again, reread and try to know more about. I mean, really, you've done a wonderful job. You really worked for it, and it was a very good presentation. Let me say that. So, shall I begin? Hello, can I start?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. So Dr. Kshamata Chaudhary Madam's introduction to postmodernism is an eye-opener, and that has been further highlighted by Dr. S. Manimekalai in our inaugural address. Moving ahead, Professor Ghanshyam took us from postmodern voices to the inner voice, which is spectacular, leading to transdisciplinarity. And an exhaustive presentation on postmodernism by Dr. T. Ravichandran elaborated on demystifying postmodern texts, and he posed the problem and also how to face the challenges, and he explained the real issues pertaining to postmodernism. And he explained at length what is a postmodern text, thus paving the way for earnest seekers to pick a book on postmodernism and dwell on it for further analysis. It was, I must say, a very wonderful presentation, very exhaustive, but though if I say it has baffled many, I must say that it is a true postmodern presentation. Then let me just in a nutshell talk about it. Postmodern literature is a form of literature that is characterized by the use of metafiction, unrealistic narration, and unrealistic in the sense unreliable kind of narration, and self-reflexivity, intertextuality, and which often thematizes the historical and political issues. So this style of experimental literature emerged strongly in the United States in the 1960s through the writings of authors such as Kurt Vonnegut, Thomas Pynchon, William Gaddis, Philip K. Dick, Kathy Ocker, and John Barth. So postmodernists often challenge authorities, which is seen as a symptom of the fact that this style of the literature first emerged in the context of political tendencies in the 1960s. So this inspiration is, among other things, seen through how postmodern literature is highly self-reflexive about the political issues it speaks to. Precursors to postmodern literature include Miguel de Cervantes, his famous novel Don Quixote, between 1605 and 1615, Lawrence Sterne's Tristram Shandy, Thomas Carlyle's Sauter Resartus, and Jack Kerouac's On the Road, that is in 1957. But postmodern literature was particularly prominent in the 1960s and 1970s. In the 21st century, American literature still features a strong current of postmodern writing, like the post-ironic Dave Eggers, a heartbreaking work of staggering genius in 2000, and Jennifer Egan's A Visit from the Goon Squad in 2011. These works, however, also further develop the postmodern form. Sometimes the term postmodernism is used to discuss many different things, ranging from architecture to historical theory to philosophy and film. Because of this fact, several people distinguish between several forms of postmodernism, and thus suggested that there are three forms of postmodernism. The first being postmodernity is understood as a historical period from the mid-1960s to the present, which is different from the second, theoretical postmodernism, which encompasses the theories developed by thinkers such as Roland Barthes, Jacques Derrida, Michael Foucault, and others. So the third category is the cultural postmodernism, which includes film, literature, visual arts, etc., that feature postmodern elements. Postmodern literature is in this sense part of cultural postmodernism. What is the main focus of postmodernism? As a philosophy, postmodernism rejects concepts of rationality, objectivity, and universal truth. Instead, it emphasizes the diversity of human experience and multiplicity of perspectives. Postmodernism is an intellectual stance, a mode of discourse which challenges worldviews associated with enlightenment, rationality, dating back to the 17th century. Postmodernism is associated with relativism and a focus on ideology. And postmodernism is an intellectual stance or a mode of discourse by an attitude of skepticism toward what it characterizes as the grand narrative of modernism. Opposition to notions of epistemic certainty or the stability of meaning, and emphasis on the role of ideology in maintaining systems of socio-political power, claims to objective fact or dismissed as naive realism with attention drawn to the conditional nature of knowledge, claims within particular historical, political, and cultural discourses. Thus, the postmodern outlook is characterized by self-referentiality, epistemological relativism, moral relativism, pluralism, irony, irreverence, and ellipticism, rejects the universal validity of binary oppositions, stable identity, hierarchy, and categorization. Initially emerging from a mode of literary critiques, postmodernism developed in the mid-20th century as a rejection of modernism and has been observed across many disciplines. Postmodernism is associated with the disciplines of deconstruction and post-structuralism. Various authors have criticized postmodernism as promoting obscurantism, as abandoning enlightenment, rationalism, and scientific rigor, and as adding nothing to analytical or empirical knowledge. So the basic features of what is now called postmodernism can be found as early as the 1940s, most notably in the work of artists such as George Louis Box. However, most scholars today agree postmodernism began to compete with modernism in the late 1950s and gained ascendancy over it in the 1960s. So the primary features of postmodernism typically include the ironic play with styles, citations, and narrative levels, metaphysical skepticism or nihilism towards a grand narrative of Western culture, and a preference for the virtual at the expense of the real, or more accurately, a fundamental questioning of what the real constitutes. In the late 1990s, there has been a growing sentiment in popular culture and in academia that postmodernism has gone out of fashion. Others argue that postmodern is dead in the context of current cultural production. So this has been a very, I must say, a wonderful presentation by Dr. T. Ravichandran. He has really paved the way for us and given us a lot of texts that we have to reread and then arrive at the a little more, a better understanding of postmodernism. So fusing of theories, methods, and expertise across disciplinary boundaries in which each discipline merges with the others in the formation of a whole. Today's conference has given thus an insight to the real readers, true lovers of literature, postmodern voices leading to transdisciplinarity in English language and literature. So this has really opened the Pandora's box and has really given us a very good insight and also an inspiration to really relook at the postmodern text and arrive at least a common understanding of what postmodernism and how postmodernism will lead us towards transdisciplinarity. Thank you so much. I hope I could sum up.
Your short fluency. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insight. And really, we are charmed by your short fluency. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Let's break out for the sumptuous lunch, which is arranged in the old library. And we should come back here for the second session at sharply at 2:10. Thank you.
Not for online participants.
And then we'll come back and tell you whether it was a sumptuous lunch.
Post the comment.
For online, you should send it by Swiggy. Okay, then, thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Joshna, in the lecture, old library.
அவங்க எல்லாரையும் கூட்டிட்டு போயிருவாங்க பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ் எல்லாரையுமே.
Of the plenary session, Dr. Ashok Sachdeva, Professor of English at Mecca Gigabyte Love and Girls PG College, Indore, and faculty at Department of Languages, Devi Ahilya University, Indore. Has 30 years of teaching experience in UG PG, 15 years of guiding research scholars at PhD level, and 25 scholars awarded PhD under his supervision. He was ex-vice chancellor nominee from 2015 to 2018 and principal investigator in UGC major research project from 2011 to 14. Has acted as member board of studies in number of universities, has chaired session international conferences in University of Manchester, UK, University of Toronto, University of London, University of Cape Town. And today, we feel immensely happy that we have Dr. Ashok Sachdeva as our chairperson. It is really delightful to have Professor Dr. J. John Shaker as a resource person and Professor Dr. Ashok Sachdeva as chairperson in our ways to enlighten us. Thank you, thank you.
We live in a globalized and postmodern world. Societies have been united and divided by the internet and global communication to celebrate the diversity of views. Now I call upon Dr. J. John Shaker, Associate Professor and former Head Department of English, American College, Madurai, to take up the session. Over to you, sir.
Want to maintain a respectful distance from the speaker. Respected organizers of this two-day national conference on postmodernism, which is understood in terms of our discipline, English language and literature. Secretary Department, Dr. Ramina, Senior Professor, Dr. Manimegalai, Senior Professors who are attending in person from different institutions and online. I don't know, I'm not able to see them. One good thing that I learned during Corona period is that how to talk to oneself. As we have senior teacher or teachers who are assembled here or who are attending my session online, understand that students also know that when you are participating in an online program, you talk to yourself. You don't see anyone except your face. So as a result, most of the teachers, like me, become narcissists. We learn to love our faces. If I don't love my face, that's one good thing that I learned through this pandemic period. Now I feel doubly honored by visible audience and invisible audience. Okay, and students, you all will be happy to be attending online classes. I conducted a small survey soon after the pandemic was over, and most of the students
students felt comfortable attending online lectures instead of coming all the way from their home to the college at 8 o'clock. Here now 8 o'clock they can switch on their system and they will mute the audio and they will disappear and then they go to sleep or I don't know how many online participants are doing right now. I have no idea. Anyhow, good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
2 months ago, when I was attending some conference and workshop at my college, when I say my college, not American college, where I came only to work, the college where I studied, St. Joseph's College at Trichy, that the Femina called me during lunchtime and was going around the museum, which was recognized by UGC and awarded heritage status for the Antigua. So that she called me and then asked me, I could recognize here because this is not the first time earlier also Dr. Manimagal made me a visit here. I have been here already. Couple of months back, last month I went to a college where Dr. Manimagal is candidate what is working at Surya. Was he
No, she worked here for.
She worked here, okay. She said that openly, she said that I think that I could understand that I spoke to that audience in 2015. Postmodernism. And later I think I came for deconstruction. I don't remember. So today possible became very happy because almost this auditorium is full. And I think that how many number of participants I saw on the screen? Okay, so let it be there. Every action has its own equal and opposite reaction. It's I think that we will study. So I am going to be talking to you for another 1.5 hours. Definitely there will be equal opposite reaction from you. Use medical metaphor, every treatment has its own side effect also. So what side effect you are going to feel at the end of the day, I don't know. You please consult to physicians or to psychiatrists. One is Dr. Manimagal, the other one is Dr. They are responsible for being here because you are sitting in an enclosed auditorium, whereas online participants they are there in their own workplace or in their home, so they are maintaining respectable virtual distance from me. They are safer than most of you who assembled here. Anyway, so I asked what to talk on, and then said the conference is on postmodernism, multidisciplinarity, both the language literature. So better you talk to you address the audience on the language. So conveniently, I called myself, designated myself as a language expert. For the simple reason that not many people come forward to talk about it. Okay, so I have been doing it for several years, and she introduced me, exhibited my age also, saying that I have worked here 35 years or so. So I humbly accept that I am an old fellow, though I may appear to be, appearance always it disappears. Okay, so I am running 60 now, 60-year-old. Next August I'll be out. Unless otherwise state finances are improved, or else I think government will extend it by 1 more year, and fellow faculty members will be awaiting for my retirement. That someone can occupy the position that I am holding or held. Any of friends, I'm not going to use the PPT because I don't want you to look at the screen. And those who are attending online are also forced to look at this page. They can switch on their camera, but they can always see. Okay, so you are also destined to see my face for another 1.5 hours, for which I'm not going to pay anything, but the organizers are paying me very surprisingly. So you just look at me, then you listen to me. That is what we have been doing in literature classes. Okay, just because science people are using PPT doesn't mean that we should also use a PPT. I always feel that now humility I say that PPT is meant for those people who are powerless. The literature people we are already powerful. Why we should another PowerPoint? Technology always dehumanizes. Postmodernism says postmodernism is a species of technology. The first book that was written on postmodernism, the title Postmodern Condition. We are conditioned to think that technology will deliver us from all evils, but evils have been confounded, complicated by the omnipresence of technology. So as students of English language literature, learn to keep technology to some extent away from your workplace. Okay, so I do make use of iPad, but I don't totally depend on even if power goes up, I can go and talk. Okay, so I don't depend on PowerPoint. Anyhow, I will give you 6 points. This afternoon my talk will cover 6 areas. Okay, and all the areas are overlapping. It's about language. You can't talk about postmodernity, postmodernism, or postmodern condition without talking about language, power, culture, and history. Okay, so some of the points that I would like to share with you may be a kind of reinforcement of what you learned from Dr. Mani Megalai in the first inaugural talk and later by Dr. Ravichandran. Okay, and I don't know whether you have carefully observed or not. Dr. Mani Megalai and Dr. Ravichandran did not meet at any point of time. They had 2 different tracks. As during lunchtime I said, I think you would have assessed that the Mani Megalai was focusing on the literary aspect of postmodernism, whereas Ravichandran was focusing on, though he was making reference to literary text, no, it was about from theoretical point of view. Both matter. For students of literature, we need both literature and theory. In fact, we are talking about the theories because we are dealing with literature. If we had been students of biology, we won't be talking about all these theories. So theories are relevant only when there is literature. Okay, and literature is not possible without language. Life is not possible without language. Okay, all basic tenets, basic principles of what we call postmodernism, built on what is called post-structuralism. Post-structuralism is the first starting point. And post-structuralism, as Ravichandran made a reference to, was born in a conference, in an international conference that was conducted in Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore, Maryland, United States, where after the end of the conference, there was a declaration. Great people like Julia Christopher, Roland Barthes, all those Jacques Derrida, all those people, they attended, they presented their papers. It's an international conference. Theme not postmodern, but theme was structuralism. Remember it? The conference held in the year 1966 was on structuralism. But how do we assess the success of a conference? Tomorrow evening, perhaps you will have both online and offline feedback. And we will declare that the 2-day national conference on postmodern voices and transdisciplinarity in English language is a huge success. Don't you think that we will say that? Today's conference is huge success. Yes. It's an expression used universally. In all conferences, aim on a huge success. Because it met all the requirements that the organizers had visualized. Unfortunately, surprisingly, at the end of this international conference on structuralism, declared that structuralism was a dead. It was not a huge success. So they signaled the birth of post-structuralism. They buried structuralism beyond the resurrection. Okay. So I don't know how we are going to assess our performance today's and tomorrow's performance. Anyhow, so talking about the postmodernism will be an incomplete project without talking about the language, which is related to the concept of power. Language is power. We have heard that knowledge is power, language is the power. Okay, so the paradigm shift. So in a way, postmodernism is an extension of post-structuralism. Postmodernism never quarreled with post-structuralism. Post-structuralists quarreled with structuralists. And post-structuralists and structuralists together quarreled with humanists. Everything humanists believe was wrong. Structuralists and post-structuralists had declared. And post-structuralists said that it is good that structuralists differ from humanists, but they do not have political willpower to take some of the arguments forward, which we are ready to do. Who said? Post-structuralists said. Now, postmodernists, if we give the term, postmodernists, we are in postmodern world, but the question is, are we in postmodernist world? I was just thinking this morning, I think that now you are familiar with the postmodernism, we just use, and postmodern voices, postmodern text, postmodern writers, and postmodern readers also. These terms were used in the morning. Now, unless otherwise, you first clarify what these terms mean. Towards the end of the talk, Ravichandran said, postmodernism was born in the year 1966. What he meant is post-structuralism. Quite obvious. Anyhow. So those who were born after 1966 or little earlier than 66, and now we were all born in post-modern world. No doubt about it. The world in which we all live is a postmodern world. But the question is, we are talking about a post-modernist world. All the writers, all the theorists that Ravichandran referred to, or Dr. Manimegalai referred to, all the little writers and some of the theories that she referred to, they are all living in post-modernist world and postmodern world. This place is called Amathur. Extension of Sivakasi. Okay, Sivakasi is also now, right now, spatially and temporally, we are all now in postmodern world. But the question is whether we are in postmodernist world or not. So postmodern world is different from postmodernist world. Postmodern writer is different from postmodernist writer. Postmodern text is different from postmodernist text. Postmodern reader is different from postmodernist reader. We are all postmodern readers. We are all postmodern citizens. If you have an account in all social media, you are a postmodernist. You are all citizens. You are all postmodern citizens. Instagram, Facebook. If you bring textbook, you are a old one. No way, no. You must bring Facebook. If you are a member of, if you have an account in Facebook, you are part of postmodern world. If you are wasting your time on reading books, you are old again. You are not part of the postmodern world. You will buy books. You have lots of book exhibitions. You go and buy books. We exhibit. Books are exhibited in the exhibition center. You buy them. You exhibit in yourself. Did you ever touch the paper to read? No, that's a different matter. So reading is modern world. Reading is modern world. Reading book, printed book, modern world. Seeing is postmodern world. Most of you know that. I don't know how many of you read Ponniyin Selvan novel that was published posthumously. He didn't write it as a novel. Kalki Krishnamurthy, I believe. He wrote it as a serial for 3.5 years. And it was a huge success in 1950s, late 50s, early 60s. But how many of you have seen the film? See that many hands go on. Many hands go on. Da Vinci Code, nobody read. You are ready. But then everybody saw the film Da Vinci Code, including Catholic father, and created problems. The father or the community never read the novel. The point is that we belong to screening age. Screen, not page age. No longer a page, no longer a book. Therefore, senior faculty members must have some sympathy for the younger generations if they don't bring the textbook, or if they bring the Facebook, or if they don't read, because they are in the postmodern world. Postmodern world, because postmodern world is like that. We have to reconcile ourselves with. Last month, I was spending 3 days in the Women's College in Chennai, conducting a FDP program for all their faculty members. So the third day, I was addressed the non-teaching faculty also, they were organized. Then some of the members said that my son always, most of the non-teaching staff parents, mass parents, they said, my children are always using mobile phones. So they have become mobile addict. Okay, so that is what, then I said, don't vulgarize your own children. They are all postmodern citizens. If you do not know how to use your mobile phone other than for communicating, that's your fault. Even little baby crying in those days, granny or mom will bring the baby or their kids and show the moon, giving some party story, what a story. Now when the baby is crying, you give the phone to that. The baby is doing everything except talking. So if you think that the phone is meant for communication, I'm sorry that you got a very wrong understanding of a postmodern situation, postmodern condition. Okay, so postmodern world is different from postmodernist world. That first you must now understand. So what does it mean postmodern world? As I said, postmodern is periodization. The postmodern world, it is periodization in terms of time. The world that came after modern world. Okay, India is not part of this definition that you must keep it in mind. Some of us felt that all this postmodern stuff is very, very difficult. Yes, it is bound to be difficult for us, for Indians, not only literature students, for all Indians, because we never passed through this phase called modern period. I think that you are lucky enough to be students of an autonomous institution. And if you do be your PG in any university in India, I think that Manimari will understand because he is a gold medalist in the MIKIL University. Even now they are probably saying now. They will say that modern literature 1, 2, 3, 4. When does modern literature 1 start? It starts from Chaucer. Who is the Chaucer? Chaucer, the grandpa of old man, Chaucer. Unreadable person. Because he wrote in English, which is not used. But for Neville Coggill, who edited T.S. Eliot's place, who rendered all Chaucerian poems in modern English at the turn of 20th century. So we are reading not original Chaucer, only the Chaucer as translated from Middle English to because modern English. Otherwise, no, we cannot read. So modern age starts from Renaissance. One theory says. There are two theories about when does modern period begin. Not about modern period in India. Not modern literary period, it's about Western world. So modern period starts from the Renaissance, one theory. When does the Renaissance start? 15th century. Last country to feel the impact of the Renaissance is India. So 15th century. And another theory says that modern period starts from what is called Enlightenment movement. Enlightenment movement, which started in the year 1650. 1650. Then 1650 and entire 18th century. So 150 years. So roughly 1650 to 1800, they call it modern period. After 1800, as Frederick Jameson categorizes the three types of postmodern period, the three types of cultural epoch. After 1800, up to the early part of 20th century, this modern period continues. And postmodern period starts from the second half of 20th century. So either from Renaissance or from 1650, modern period, they're all moderns, continued and ended sometime around mid 20th century. All those people between Renaissance and 1950, in the Western society, people were calling themselves as moderns. Where were we? Indians, where were we? What were we doing this period? Or were we modern? We are not modern. Marxism becomes irrelevant in Indian context because that is about the worker class, whereas ours is an agrarian society, what you call coolies. Okay, so you cannot transport Western concept, Western ideas onto the Eastern culture. You understand? Okay, so modern is in terms of time 15th century to mid 20th century, and now from mid 20th century to 2022, this period we call it postmodern period. So we are all living now world as Pompier said, globalized world. You cannot escape. We are part of this postmodern world. We were not part of modern world because there was no technology to connect the world. Now we are all interdependent. Like Manimari is going to US very short. So she will be there for 6 months. She will be saying what's happening in the other parts of the world. Okay. Now, so modern, postmodern means periodization. You keep that in your postmodern period follows the modern age. This is point number 1. I don't want to confuse for this number 1. Number 2, in this postmodern world, we are all living in the postmodern world and we are communicating. As much as we used to communicate from time immemorial. But then, ironically, modes of communication in the postmodern world are entirely different from how we communicated during the modern period or pre-modern period. Modes of communications are different. And the time that we used to spend on communicating with each other during pre-modern period was more than the time that we are spending now on communicating through the traditional mode of talking and writing. Okay, when classes are cancelled, what do you do? When the resource person is boring, what do you do? What do we do? When you have nothing more serious to do, what do we do?
Take our mobiles.
Compulsively, no, automatically we go, including myself. You take it and see that. We cannot but have a look at our mobile phones. We spend more time on texting rather than talking. You agree with me? Texting is the third medium of David Crystal prophecy 20 years ago in his book, English and the Internet. The book is said 25 years ago. It said, now we have a new medium, third medium. You have first oral medium, no written medium. Then writing was invented, printing press was invented, then books were invented, magazines and all those we became a reading audience. Now, so first medium is oral, spoken medium, then written medium, you have oral literature, granny telling stories, okay, and we listen to stories, we listen to advice, we listen to our parents, now we have closed it. We are not ready to listen to anyone. So that phase is over. Now the next phase is that now what we are talking about the postmodern where we are texting, no longer speaking, silently, no longer writing, but only texting. There is always a tension between teachers and students when they read their scripts. Even my thesis scholars are texting thesis. They put bullets here and there. Bullets. We say that a paragraph should start with a topic sentence and you got any subpoint, give a number. Most of the school students are oriented like that. Important points you put asterisk mark or bullets. And we continue to even in the college. They say that write in terms of paragraph, they won't do it. Very, very difficult. Okay, so spelling C-U-Y-O-U, waste of time. You. Why love you? I love you. Why L-O-V-E? Unnecessary spelling. Unnecessary waste of energy. Should I exhibit my love through mobile phone by typing L-O-V-E? Not necessary. Language is not necessary. Because we are living in postmodern world, we believe in emojis rather than words.
Yes. I heart you.
Oxford University Press long ago stopped printing dictionaries. Only online dictionaries. You have number of online dictionaries which are much more valuable than printed dictionary. Printed dictionary 10 years ago, Oxford, Cambridge, or other presses which published dictionaries used to have a CD.
Yes.
You can't simply know. Earlier we used to teach the students phonetic symbols and transcription from this to that, from sound to symbol and symbol to, but not necessary now. You have online dictionary, you click that icon, you get the American pronunciation. Then you have pound symbol, you have British pronunciation. Australian pronunciation, you click it. All four major learning in second language learners dictionaries: Oxford, Cambridge, Macmillan, and Collins. All four dictionaries now used to publish a CD, cut it at the end of the dictionary. But now, no printing dictionary. Because you are in dictionary, you download it, or just mobile don't have to download, just you go put the word meaning or pronunciation, you got the live the alternative pronunciation is also available. Don't you think this is so? Any student audience here? The student here? Student?
Yeah.
Yellow shirt. What's the name? Just sit, don't stand up. Sit. You want to tell a girl I love you. How do you do? Do you write as your younger brother or as your parents when they were in love with their, what do you do? Okay. So you take an emoji. I love you instead of you. A girl wearing a skirt. You just click it. Then the girl comes here. Perhaps you put your image, or you put I, and now you put heart. And there are different heart symbols also there. Small one, big one, and blah 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 blah. Right. Sometimes arrow is also piercing through the heart. We are in both. I intend to move on. This is called I Love India. So many T-shirts, on the eve of Independence Day. What is symbol you find? I love India. You put I love heart symbol, India flag. This is called translanguaging. Translanguaging is a pattern of translingualism. Translingualism or translanguaging. You communicate not necessarily through words. Okay? You combine words and images. One of the postmodernist writers, Ravichandran, was showing, some mathematical symbols. We should not be foolish enough to think that words alone convey meaning. There are so many symbols that convey meaning. Maybe as literature students know, we hate mathematics. That's a different matter. That's why we are sitting here. Okay. So postmodern communication is a forerunner of social development. Not by talking, not by reading, but by communicating in a very unique manner. But if you are expecting young people to communicate with the elder people, the old modes, that won't happen. It happens in different ways. Now, we never spoke about as a student, as ma'am was a student, we never spoke about body language at all. But now, your verbal communication is incomplete without your body. Your body conveys much more than our face, our morakata, much more poignantly than the words that are proceeding from your mouth. Yes. If society needs to be developed, there must be communication. And communication not necessarily in the old sense. The old sense, communication was seen as a finished product. We used to have speech competitions. After speech is over, you assess. After someone else also completes a speech, you also assess in comparison with previous speakers. So we used to assess the product. But now, it is only process of communication is more important than communication as a product. I give you 2 examples. We had encyclopedia. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever buy encyclopedia? No, it's not buyable. Very expensive. Even if you buy it, it is not keepable. You cannot keep them in your home on shelf. You have better things to keep. Your little sister will have a doll or anything to keep. Your mom also, we are wasting a lot of space here. Okay. So you do not have encyclopedia now. But when you had encyclopedia is a finished product, it was kept in the library, which for most of us also museum. Waterproof museum. We never exercise. Okay, even if you want to refer to encyclopedia, you'll have to wait. If you want to know the meaning, if you want a reference, you have to wait for the day. The next day, if you get some doubt overnight, you go there the following morning, and then you go ask for permission, and then you go and check it. Or you take a book, finished product. Knowledge represented by the finished product. But now at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 1 o'clock, early morning, you got some doubt. Business college, or any student, when you have some doubt, what do? Are you waiting for the day to break and then going to library and looking for a book and that is busy? It happens. When I used to visit Central Institute of Indian Foreign Language frequently, the book that I wanted would be busy because local people would have taken. So you are helpless. But now it is not like that. If you want to know that who got the Nobel Prize in 2020, you don't have to wait. Immediately you Google it, you find out. Yes or no? Yes. Now you do not depend on encyclopedia, but you depend on Wikipedia. And Wikipedia is not a finished product. It can be improved. It can be contributed. You go cyber literature. Finished product is literature. Literature that was written, printed, and authorship was given to the poet, the writer. But now in cyber literature, it is there online. You can also add. I have written a poem, I have a blog, you can also add to it. It's like going back. Fatima would tell a story, another Fatima, Appa's Amma told a story. Same story was narrated by Amma's Amma, but there are two different versions. Ramayana, Mahabharata, they got several versions because that is the strength of oral literature. Once it's written, finished. That's why Derrida says that it is like a totalitarian, oppressive, teleological. Nothing can be done, and we are all passive readers. We are all passive readers. As passive as animals that are kept in the zoo. You have to go around the cage only. You have to go around the text only. Text is giving everything. That's the old idea, modern idea. So people say read because everything is there in the text. Even now old people are telling, no, you buy, read, and reading will make it the man. Reading will make it. Don't think that you keep on reading. If you think that reading makes you a great personality, then you think that you don't believe in yourself. You don't believe in you believe in the writer. And writer has given everything that is hidden in the text. You go and read and then you partake the knowledge. This is old idea, modern idea. But in the postmodern idea, there are two terms that they are already used now. Readerly text and writerly text. Readerly text is a text that is readable, very simple. Readerly text is a text that can be read by anyone, any fool like us. It does not require any effort on our part to know the meaning, because the meaning is there. Writer has created meaning. Meanings are beginning the word. You read, you understand, that's over. That is why most of you don't read literary texts that are prescribed. Because man has already read, and man was already telling the story. I can manage and get 70 marks. How can I read a novel better than my man? Yes. I cannot read. My man is my goddess. And she has read on my behalf. Or I will go to Watson's guide or some guide. That fellow has read on my behalf. So why should I again read what somebody has read already? Am I going to get anything new? My man has taught for 40 years. He has read the Hamlet for 40 years. He has created wasteland for 20 years. He has created wasteland is waste. But Manimehal's interpretation of wasteland. What my man says in the class is enough for me. She is my guru. I cannot insult her. So what is the point in reading again the text? Because it is a readerly text. Writer has written, writer has predetermined meaning. No one create any newer meaning, and one has read the meaning. Okay, yesterday a couple of reports were placed in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, and one is about former CM's death, and the justice has concluded the report with a Tirupur. Almost all the anglers were struggling to read out the Tirupur. That is a difficult Tirupur. And all these people, including our Twitter, they give a paraphrase according to Mu Varadarasana, and when we read his thing, we think that we understood the word. According to Samal Bhavya, I think that is come closer to our heart. It's a very colloquial sense. So why should I read Tiruvallur? Tiruvallur has got one meaning from the Quran. Why should I also know? Millions of people have read and they got confused. And Varadarasana has given a Polipurate, a paraphrase, which I really understand. There is only one meaning. Whereas Dr. Manimala used the word multiplicity of meaning. When you read a text, text has the possibility of throwing up different shades of meaning which author himself did not know. Why author himself did not know? Because author did not write. That's what postmodernism, that's what post-structuralists believe. It is a language that speaks man, not man who speaks language. Language cannot speak because language does not have a mouth. Language cannot write because language does not have a hand to write. And therefore, language needs a medium. That is our body. That is our mouth. That is our hand. As some Holy Spirit entered me, language is occupied. As we rented a house and we entered the house, somebody has built the house. You pay, you take house and rent, you occupy. Whose house is my house? So language occupies us. On our behalf, it is a language which thinks. On our behalf, it is language that writes, metaphorically, or hand writes, but it's a language. So language is not a handmaiden. Language is not a servant. As humanists believe, post-structuralists, postmodernists believe that language is the master. And who is the slave? We are the slave. Because we cannot live without no language, no humanity. No language, no culture. It is a language that dictates. And therefore, language is Paul de Man. You remember the another theorist, Paul de Man. Paul de Man said that language is unreliable. Language is unreliable. Whether Tamil or English, whatever it is unreliable. At the same time, it is inevitable. You cannot depend on language, but you cannot live without language also. So we are in a kind of covetous position where we have love-hate relationship with language. We don't believe language, we don't trust language, but we cannot live without language. So that is the modernist idea of, that is the postmodernist idea of language. As Manimalai ma'am, I thank her because she introduced lots of ideas in the inaugural speech. Let us not feel sad and bad about this nature of language. As modernists felt, modernists lamented. The whole world has become wasteland. Because we saw the World War. Everything is waste. Everything has become barren land. But postmodernists say that, come on man, take it easy. That is life. If there is 7th garden, there will be 10th garden. There will be, no, you can't expect the land to be uniform. There is a heterogeneity. There is a diversity. People are like that. Let us take it easy. Let us not be serious. Then what to do with life? Don't take life seriously. Let us play with it. Let us play with it. I don't like my wife. I don't like my husband. So I don't like another department. I don't like my principal. What to do? Don't hate it. Let us play with them. Don't take life very seriously. Let us take it playfully. This is language. This language nature is this. We can't do anything about language because we are not the masters. We are only servants. We are beggars. We have no choice. We have to depend on language, and therefore, postmodern communication has become a process rather than a product. Process. The way students speak at the interview, the way students answer the question is more important than what they have answered. At least they have made an attempt to write 70 pages. 5 pages for each page, 5 marks each page. Don't take it very seriously. Some well-meaning teachers, we go and make complaint to her. See, this classroom is very bad. Students are not at all studying. So what are you going to do? They are not at all studying. Parents are telling, my child is very naughty. My granddaughter is like that. Why do you keep on lamenting over? That is life. Let us take it. Okay. Process is more important than a product. And number 3, and I am talking about postmodern communication. Now, communication means digital. Everything is digitized. I think that the most of the time, all your libraries will be digitized. I often tell my people in American college, close all the libraries, waste of place. Digitize all the books. Why should someone from Jammu and Kashmir come to select the American college and stay here and then to read some of the books on it? Waste of time. Digitize, put them on internet, whatever payment you want to make, you let them make and let them read this book from wherever they are. Most of the universities, they have closed down libraries. As we closed telegraph office. One fine day they closed it. That is present day. Senior people will know that, in writing, books on writing, there will be a chapter on language for telegraph writing. How to write, how to use English. As we are teaching how to use English for emailing, fax or something like that. Now that's gone. We never thought that telegraph office would be closed. Friends, I tell you, very soon, many offices will be closed. Young people who are here, this college will be closed after 30 years. Because Corona has taught us that the virtual classroom easy. Why should not? When I can sit in my home, listen to my teacher's lectures, when I can answer my questions online, why is that? Most of the world universities, famous universities, American Ivy universities are offering online courses, ranging from 6 months to 2 years. So there is no need for physical classroom at all. Some gated community can be developed. 100 families will be accommodated here. Particularly in my college, I always say that American college is a prime land. I think if it is converted into real estate, it will fetch a lot of money. So that is the everything is digitized. Anything that is not digitized is not communication. For example, when you read, when you have your online reading, you got a lot of websites. You have what is called hypertext. Is that wrong? Now I think you all scholars must be familiar with MLA handbook. Online form is much better than print form. Print form you have to move on to that particular page. Whereas here, as you are reading, there is the word that is the hyperlink. Click it, it takes you to 700. It takes you to another book. It takes you to another one. You are talking about the realism. There is a word which is underlined or the link to surrealism. You don't want to go to another book on surrealism. Within the same page, quickly you can move to another writer, another philosopher, another discipline. So hypertext link, that is the part of postmodern condition. Okay, that's the postmodern communication. And another thing that about the communication being digital is that you have access to information anytime, anywhere. You don't have to wait for a time to communicate. Any time of the day and night you can communicate. You can have access to knowledge. And you say knowledge is power. Knowledge is available not in the library. Knowledge is not available in the mind of few thousand people. Knowledge is there in the cyberspace. Then, of course, every coin has got a good side. You will lose your privacy also. You think that sometimes the pages that you visited will not be accessed by somebody else. There is a feature. It's not like that. Because somebody knows it. Someone should be knowing everything about ourselves. So there is easy accessibility information. At the same time, there is no privacy. That we also we are expected to pay for that. Okay. And we move from commercial printing to commercial digitization. Everything is a commodity. I was just looking at and trying to decode. Sushma is my friend. Sushma is working in Christ. No, she is working at Christ. Christ has become a commodity. Christ is a commodity deemed to be universal. Institutions have become. I took up call of the dean of the university in 2015. I went to Hong Kong for a conference. At that time, they charged 3 lakhs for MA admission. 3 lakhs. 3,000 Bangalore University is charging, but they are charging 3 lakhs. So, if you have 3 lakhs, you can enter the university. Christ University for the same thing. So, literature has become a commodity. So, now you are moved from commercial printing to commercial digitization. It means money. Another aspect of communication is speed and publicity. The speed with which you are communicating with I said social development, modern era social development. There was a time, modern time, before postmodern time, they used to have trunk call. You have to book and you have to wait. And it's a one-way speech only. You talk and then you wait for some time and then your voice reaches the other. But now it has become interactive communication. Okay? So postmodern communication began with certain basic forms of communication, different forms of communication like asynchronous and synchronous. Asynchronous, I type a message, then I send it, email, it takes a few seconds to read, and then the other guy receives and reads, then it takes some time to answer, I have to wait. But now you have the communication is becoming interactive, that's the texting. Nothing like a texting. Texting is more powerful than speaking and reading. Full. Why? Immediately. Even before you, as you are typing, before you click the button, that fellow has already said something. You are not able to, then you have to say that, reply and forward. So many options are there in the WhatsApp, you know that, you know better than me. It's all part of postmodern communication. Postmodern meaning modern, postmodern period. So we are all members of postmodern life, postmodern society, postmodern culture. We cannot escape because there is no other place to escape. You can go back to modern world if you think it is available. Otherwise, we are condemned to live in postmodern world. Okay. So for want of time, I just cut short that aspect. Then I move on to one more point. I say that reality. Morning, I think enough people talked about reality. Okay. Very often, we teachers, we are the culprits. We have spoken enough in the very first semester, spoiling, politicizing all your mind. When you join BA English literature, you are so innocent. Your mind is so virgin that you have no idea about literature. You just come and sit in the class, okay, and then Femina ma'am, secondary department, she goes, friends, girls, boys, you know what is literature? That's why you're sitting, ma'am. What is literature, ma'am? Literature is a reflection of reality. Literature is a mirror holding up to your body. You see yourself in literature. You see your cultural literature. Literature is a reflection of your age. Literature is reflection of an age in which it was written. Are you not guilty of making such a statement? Yes, we have made our own contribution. It's up to them to take it or not. But they came to us with a blank slate, each scribbled as much as we know. Now, if I ask someone what is reflection of life, mirror of life, even the greatest writer, one of the misconceptions about Shakespeare is the greatest writer, greater than Kalidasa, greater than Thiruvalluvar, greater than. We never think about it, and then we say that he is the greatest. And greatest literature, oldest literature, such is the colonial effect. Youngest literature, youngest language is English literature. But we are always saying that no. The most powerful language is English. We cannot even become a beggar in New York. We become a beggar in New York in English. You are not going to lose anything by learning English. You will lose everything if you don't know English. This is the English orientation kind of hype that we are giving in classes. What has spoken English to do with this? I always say, what has spoken English to do with even Madurai, Koripalayam? Who speaks English in public? Nobody speaks. It is English teachers who have made a big mountain out of a small molehill. You don't know English. Oh, what a sad setup of it. You don't know English. So, you have not another extent of equating English intelligence. You don't know how to speak English. Why you are all the time talking in Hindi? Why you are all the time talking in Telugu? Teacher is asking. You don't know English? Yes. You is waste. Self-alone. Unintelligent. So, willingly we consider not only we teachers, with society, people, if you speak English, people think that you are on par with the district collector. If you cannot speak English, you are on par with the district collector superior. So, English is equal to intelligence. This is a colonial idea. Okay. And this postmodern communication says that it is a language that creates reality. Language is not reflecting reality, whether literal reality, fictional reality, real reality, whatever it is, ideal reality. Reality is constituted by, reality is created by language. This language that is created. So whose reality? I will be asking the question. Whether it is a reflection of life, whose life is it reflecting? My life? Your life? African American life? Dalit life? Suburban life? Women's life? Whose life is it reflecting? So postmodernism does not believe in universalizing one's experience. My experience is mine. Whether reading experience or living with my spouse is my experience. My experience cannot be everybody's experience. But the colonial masters have taught us that there is one experience called a human experience, Whether you are tall or short, black or fair, African or Indian or brown or white or Indian red, South African. Nothing. Immaterial. So it has taught us that human experience is common. Literature is dealing with unchanging human experience. Shalek's experience is different from Antonius Pesalek's experience because he's a Jew, they are Christians. Yes or no? Iago's experience is different from Iago is a poor fellow whose senior is old, and here is Othello. Othello's experience is different because he's a black Moor, African origin. He's a Muslim. How can he marry my daughter? My daughter is white. I am English. That's this is the problem, racial problem. So we can't say that human experience is say personal experience. Okay. So reality is to be understood through language because it's language that creates reality. And each person has their own perception of reality. And therefore, postmodernists believe that it is fictional. Our perception of what is fictional. We imagine that girl is very beautiful. Sometimes when you say that mom tells that we have chosen a girl who looks like Mahalakshmi. And this father, this girl, small guy, is asking, Mommy, I have already chosen my life partner. She is Gagamachmi. And mom is asking, I have never seen the Gagamachmi. And this person is like, I have never seen Mahalakshmi. Have you ever seen Mahalakshmi? In other words, postmodernism celebrates subjectivity, not objectivity. There is nothing objective reality, nothing called objective reality. There is nothing that is common to everyone. Okay, it is my perception, and my let us not be ashamed of this subjective reality. So everybody's reality is reality for them. It is not to be taken as food for others. So as teachers of literature, we must be very careful when we are interpreting novel. We should not interpret a novel, a character, a theme, or anything as if that's the only one. Sometimes we do it, but it happens. Okay. And what is this? What do you mean by saying that language creates reality, language constitutes reality? Derrida, in his book of grammatology, he was about to tell that Manimali that most of these French is called thought in French, wrote in French. And we are reading them because they have been translated into English. But we are still discussing whether last 1 week, lot of discussion in Tamil Nadu, maybe other parts of India, whether English medium education is necessary or not. I'm writing an article, it is absolutely unnecessary. We need English as a language, fine. But why should we study someone else's language? Why should they be? Anyway, this discussion is going on. Okay. Now the point is that Derrida, in that book of grammatology, which was written in French and translated by none other than our person from India, Gayatri Spivak Chakravarti, she translated. There is a particular statement from the book that has decided the fate of postmodernist thinking, and he said there is nothing outside of the text. There is nothing outside of the text. By texting, I never understood 10 years ago, before WhatsApp culture, when I read this book and then the book. There is nothing outside the text. The texting, now texting has come. By keeping on talking, saying something that becomes true, that becomes real. There is nothing given as real or bad. When you keep on talking, use the word texting, something comes into existence. Something comes into existence. When we were children, our parents would talk to us on and off about God. So God comes into existence. Otherwise, the child does not know what is what. Okay, so everything that the reality comes into existence through texting, through talking, through writing, through speaking. That's all texting. In that sense, there is no objective reality, and every reality is subjective. The subjective reality is constituted by our talking, our writing, in other words, the texting. This is what Michel Foucault, another intellectual historian, Michael, English version, French version, Michel Foucault. No, I say Foucault, F-E-W-C-O, and C-O, remember like that. F-O-U-C-A-U-L-T, called, French now, Foucault. So he said there is nothing outside of discourse. What says the text, another uses another term called discourse. Okay, so there is nothing called reality other than by our talking, other than by our communication. That is a typical postmodern. Postmodern believe that reality is born only through language, using human agency to talk about it. By talking, something comes into effect. Now, third point is postmodernist world. Now we are talking about postmodern and postmodern communication. Now the third one is, what is this term postmodernist world mean? Postmodernist. Postmodernist is a world, an intellectual world, which is not spatial and temporal. That has nothing to do with the time and the space. So postmodernist world is like a cybernetic world, like a virtual reality, which is questioning all the principles of what we call enlightenment movement. That is the history of English language literature. We call it age of reason and prose. Age of reason and prose. Because of enlightenment movement, the West became civilized and more rich than the rest of the world. Because they believed in positivism. They believed in a philosophy called positivism. They believed in empiricism. They believed in science. Okay, they never believed in superstition. They never believed in religion. That's why I told Dr. Manimeli this morning when we were listening. Almost all postmodernists, not postmodernists like us, postmodernists, all postmodernists are atheists. They don't believe in God. If at all they believe in God, they believe in Eastern God, not Western God, not in Christianity. That's why T.S. Eliot ends his thing with Shanti, thrice he chants. Some meaning in Eastern religions and culture, and no meaning that Western religion is oppressive. It is a theological, do this or don't do that, something like that. This is what Lyotard uses the word grand narrative, meta narrative. American form of democracy is the best form of governance. America is trying to sell this idea throughout the world. There are few countries which are resisting, and one such country is China. China says that our way of governing ourselves much better than yours. Christian God alone can save the entire world, including dogs and cats. Oppressive. There is no other God because they believe in the monotheism. Whereas they have some sense in, some faith in polytheism. How many gods are there in India? Indian culture?
Countless.
Very, very amazing number.
Countless.
Countless. There is a count. 33 kodi. Very good. 33 crore gods. See, it was written long ago when India became independent, we get 27 crore population only. But our early forefathers has conceived of Indian God into 33 crores. But when John has to tell Dr. Manimeli that there are 33 crores gods. And Aravind Adiga in his White Tiger novel, he makes fun of saying that India has got 33 crore and 3 gods. He says 33 crore and 3 gods. India. It used to have 33 crore. Now plus 3. One Jesus Christ, one Mary, and one Allah. To say that ours is a multi-religious country, 33 is not enough, and we have 3 more gods to adopt. According to 1971 census, India is supposed to have 1,652 languages. 1652. Nobody in the world outside India can understand India as a nation. Because this is a country with how many languages? 1,652 languages. So they ask you, where are you from? I am from India. Oh, your language is Indian? No, 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 no. My language is Tamil. No, 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 my language is Hindi. So Indians from different states go and settle down there, they are giving different languages. Which language is national language? So that problem has to be solved, and therefore our ODG now says one nation,
Only one language.
one nation, one language, one nation, one ration card. That's the concept of nation is 1:1. It is not like here in India. Here you have 1 boy, 5 husbands. Or 1 husband, 5 wives, or even more than that. And 1 man, 33 crore gods. You cannot understand. You cannot understand. You come to India, then you understand. And even they cannot understand how Indian writing in English, they cannot understand because we are writing in an English which you have Indianized. We have baptized our English saying that there are Indian. That Indian English has become one of the languages of India. So 1652 plus 1. That is the typical postmodern situation you are accepting. It is in that English, Salman Rushdie has written Midnight Children. So we shouldn't be ashamed of our English because our English gives us our address. I speak English like that only. And this is what now that postmodern communication makes use of, I told you, not only images, translingualism or translanguaging, we are making use of words from different languages. Good example is some theorists say that postmodernism doesn't start after modernism. Postmodernism was present in modernism itself. James Joyce, the novelist of 20th century, is a modernist writer. I am talking about who is a postmodern, what is a postmodernist world. This postmodernist world is the intellectual world. It has no time, it has no space, and that intellectual world is challenging modernist world. What is modernist world? Modernist writers. Who is challenging postmodernist? Who is living in postmodernist world? Postmodernists. I am a postmodern. Don't say that. If you say you are a postmodern, you are living in this world now. 2022. If you say you are a postmodernist, you believe in postmodernism. And what is postmodernism? Artistic representation in literature, music, painting, architecture, artistic representation of the philosophy called postmodernity, the postmodern condition that is being reflected in literature. For us, it is, for example, postmodernists question grand narratives. So when you read a text, you must ask yourself, this writer, what grand narrative is she questioning? If you think that somebody is a postmodernist writer, one of her basic duties, responsibilities is to question a grand narrative, a meta narrative. Not simply playing with the language alone, not by using irony, not by using pastiche, not by using parody, not by using, that's all there. That is all there, the part of the artistic work. That you can't do anything. Rushdie has used, Gashi has used, other Amita Ghosh used. It's their business. They are writers, their profession, they are writing. There is nothing to say about it. But you are asking what system is being questioned, what story that is perpetuated, what myth that is perpetuated in society is questioned by. In other words, what I am trying to say is that writer is a postmodernist writer. But my question is, are we postmodernist readers? Are we postmodernist readers? Are we part of that intellectual world? Just because we are living in postmodern world, we cannot automatically become postmodernists. Do we have the courage and guts to say that I am a postmodernist? Very, very difficult for Indians to say that because we are basically a religious culture. A religious culture, whatever religion you belong. Very, very difficult. Number two, we cannot question science and technology. Those people have questioned. That is why that's the next point that I want to say, that there are criticisms against postmodernism, saying that postmodernism is confusing people. Postmodernism is a faking. Some scholars, behaving as if they are scholars, on par with the scientists, they are misleading society. For example, when there is a power cut now immediately, you all feel comfortable? No, we cannot live without power. Whether this morning, tomorrow morning, this night, whether you want to have idli and chutney or upama decided by the president or absence of power. Yeah, to prepare chutney, you need mixing. For mixing to be operated, you need the power. So we cannot, but postmodernists say that science has led to destruction of humanity. Humanity has not benefited anything from science and technology. Science and technology is basically evil. Science and technology has made human beings commercial-minded guys. Science and technology has dehumanized human beings. Cyberbomb. It's not that, not full human beings. Now, if you tell me, is it possible for us to take that kind of stand? So there is something in what people who are against those who are saying against postmodernism or postmodernity. Okay. So now you can't come to a you can't, my point is, can you be a feminist? Can you be a feminist in literature class when you are a wife torturer at home? Can you be a landlord at home in your society and be a Marxist in literature class? I'm asking, is it possible? Is there any contradiction? There is. There is a contradiction. When I ill-treat my mom, when I ill-treat my sister, when I think that women are a sex object, when I imitate that, if I believe in what Plato said, women are inferior men. Women are men, but what men? Inferior men. Women are people, but secondary people. This is what for the past 2000 years. Okay, can you talk about feminism in literary theory class, but not being anti-feminist in real life? No, we are taking two different positions. Similarly, we may be in postmodern world, but you need not be postmodernist. Number one. Number two, you can apply feminism to read Shakespeare. You can't say that at the time of writing, Shakespeare did not have this idea, but now that tool is available. So feminist writer is one thing, feminist reader is another thing. So you take a particular theory, the number of feminist theory. You take a particular feminist theory, you apply it to books that were written before feminism came into existence. You say that Shakespeare called it a feminist reading. Yeah, you can read because Shakespeare cannot come back to life. Or even living writers, you can do. 3 years ago, Sanskrit Pandey came to American College. She has visited several times. I think that first time when she came here to launch the Madurai edition of Small Remedies, I think that novel. One of the faculty members who was then doing research in one of the women's institutions there rose up and asked her question. Ma'am, as 20 days she was saying, immediately Sanskrit Pandey said, please stop. I am not a feminist. She's not. She's a living writer. Living writer, we are saying that you are a feminist. And she is quite alive to say that I am not a feminist. She says that men and women are equal to me. I look at as human beings. No, ma'am, I personally feel you can treat me as a feminist for a degree. That's a different matter. But take it to consider in that I am not a feminist. Living writers refute the kind of labeling that you are giving to the writers. What will happen to John Dryden, Shakespeare, and all those people? Because we believe in reader response theory. My response is also equally important. This is how I read. This is what we call postmodernistic text called writerly text. In writerly text, writer has only 50% copyright. Writer is incomplete. Writer is struggling to write. Writer is struggling to convey something. Sometimes we say, no, what I want to say is, I don't know how to say, but I do not have anything to say. I do not know how to say. When you do not know how to say, you do not have anything to say. Why is this circumvention I have saying? Because you may have something to say, but then your language doesn't help you. Because I told you, Fatima, language is unreliable at the same time. I have something to say, but who gave you that something to say? It is language. It is language that produces that idea in you, but it's not very clear. You are not comprehended. And that's why you are struggling to. Okay. Another thing is that we find postmodernist texts very, very difficult because all these postmodern texts were written in a language which is not ours. Language problem is there. Not that it looks mathematical, not because the font size are different. These two are early American, I think 1980s they were writing. My professor in St. Joseph's had completed PhD on John Bach in 1980s. So 1980s, Indians were capable of producing PhDs on postmodern writers. I mean, whether they did it or not, we completely now we are implementing faithfully Macaulay's system. Because Lord Macaulay wanted us to be scholars. You, whether you speak English or not, you must have PhD in English. MA in English. The only country where more number of PhDs in MAs and BAs in English than produce is India. It is more than America. They are like they are more PhDs, more dirty. It's like industry. Not hundreds, not thousands. Every year. No, if you say that university, graduation, 50,000 people have received a degree, 30,000 people will be researchers. Non-university. That is what Lord Macaulay, he wanted us to be Indian blood and color, but taste, in morals, in opinions, in English. He must speak like English. He must learn to say that I don't want money. What is not? How dare you ask me whether like what is this? I would like Pisas. Because we go to Pisas, no, sometimes when you go to bakery, you don't even know some is a product. Simply looking at that, Anandariya makes fun of his wife. No? Anandariya makes fun of this because the protagonist is taking protagonist American writer, Indian English, American writer, has been to America, then let us only and his wife is local, educated but local, and then she is saying Pisas, and as they are traveling in a car, husband is teaching his wife, so I am American writer, we are living in Delhi, you are my wife, you should not say Pisas. What is wrong saying P-I-S-A-S-A-S-A-S-S-K-S, no, P-I-S-S-A-S-A, no, it's an Italian word. Then he says that no, P-I-S-S-A-S, no, but then pizza. You said that till we reach Delhi border, no, keep on saying it. And his driver was trying to murder pizza. It's almost given card for several times. Because he used the word decolonization. It has been so colonized that it's very, very difficult to decolonize ourselves. We are not even, I told you that we are not even part of modern world. Still we are in pre-modern world, the colonial world. Element, we are very, very difficult now. Most of the educated people in Rajamali was known for hybrid dog. That is a native variety. Majestic dog. But how many of us care for Rajamali dog? As Sabasi meant for firebird, Rajamali is meant for. But how many of us care to have Rajamali dog as a pet at home? No. Oh, I think you have. See, yes, God. Otherwise, you have only foreign brands. Foreign brand, it does it look like a dog or a cat? I don't know. Babies have got a gas, flowing gas, the dog, foreign dog also they have got. And we are proud of saying that. We are proud of saying that. No? My Raji is not feeling well. Whatever you said, it's what called. No, not my son, my friend. Actually, it's Raju. Whether this fellow is taking his wife with the front feet or not, he's taking his dog and he's looking at it. Whether we have a small baby beside us on the bed or not, body dog. We have Arumullu. That we have presented for Lord Blair. At what Mullu are you growing in institution? The landscaping and all, what is that, you know? Korean grass. Look like idli here and there. Landscaping. So our mind is colonized, you know, because even our ecology is colonized. Flora and fauna, everything is colonized. So how to become post-colonial is one thing, then how to become a post-modernist is another thing. We are living in post-modern world, but we are not post-modernists. As a readers, as researchers, you must know how to interpret a text written in earlier age from postmodernist point of view. You can read Shakespeare from postmodernist point of view. What is that grand message that Shakespeare is glorifying, which you feel like questioning? Which Shakespeare should have questioned, but he did not question. Shakespeare did not question monarchy. Shakespeare did not talk about the democracy. Shakespeare was busy building a cult of Elizabeth, Virgin Queen. That was his political project. He dedicated almost all place to Queen Elizabeth. So we must choose another term. We must rearrange the text from postmodernist point of view. This rearrangement is what is called deconstruction. Okay, so women usually, even working women, when they have little free time, when gents have got little free time, you know what we do. But when women have little free time, no, they rearrange certain things, the hall or bedroom, and when you go in the evening, I'm sorry, because you think that you are not in somebody's house. The form is slightly rearranged it, and that is what Derrida calls it as deconstruction. Deconstruction is rearranging. Okay, let me slightly rearrange this play, Merchant of Venice, and let me try to read this play from the perspective of that is China. If you do it, for you to do it, you need to have some willpower. Because colonizers have taught us to read this play only from Christian point of view, taking side only with the Bassanio and Portia. Why can't you read it from their point of view? Why do you entertain anti-Semitic view? Salman Rushdie is a postmodernist. He questioned certain things that are dear to Islam. So fatwa was issued and the life was under threat. Because he's a postmodernist. In other words, if you want to be a postmodernist, you must be ready to go to controversies and face the danger to your life also. That's why he said that you must have some courage to call yourself as students of literature, as scholars of literature. You must apply the principles, basic tenets of postmodernist theory to literature which is not postmodernist. Wordsworth or no. So when you read Wordsworth from postmodernist point of view, you think that Wordsworth is a modern. He's a modernist. Because in one of the poems, he feels that same street I walked down several times I walked down the street here, London street, and I could understand the people who are around me. But now I don't understand each other. All are foreign faces to me. He's lamenting. The city of London has grown to such an extent that I become an alien to even myself. Nobody recognizes me. I am not able to recognize others. It's a very sorry state of affairs. Who is lamenting? Wordsworth in the poem is lamenting. Whereas if you make a postmodernist reading, you will enjoy yourself because we believe in nuclear family rather than what is really called joint family. Joint family problems are plenty. So you have some kind of relief, some kind of freedom. And now, postmodernists believe that playing with the language, instead of complying against language, accepting the limitations of language being undeniable, inevitable, let me play with it. By playing with language, I free myself from language. Otherwise, language is being like a master. It always reminds me that I am master, you fellow human beings are not slaves. But for some time, let me play with. When teacher is out, somebody comes, teacher goes outside. What do students? What do we do? What do you do? When the cat is away, mice are coming there at play. That is what is required of a postmodernist. Taking things very lightly. If you learn to take things very lightly, you will not have any cardiac problem at all. Any heart specialist. And if you take everything seriously, we'll land up in. Language is like that. So let us play with the language so that we will attain freedom from language. Number 4. So we are expected to be postmodernist readers, applying postmodernist theories, reading any text which need not be postmodernist text. And we find postmodernist text very, very difficult because they are writerly text. Writerly text, readers are expected to be active co-constructors of meaning. It is not here you go and take it. You have to store it. You have to spend some time. In other words, traditionalists will feel that, I think that many of you would have felt the way Richard was explaining, because we have our own philosophy of reading literature. What is that? We have our own principle of reading literature. What is that? We have our own faith. What is that? We read literature. We don't read sociology. We read literary text. Nobody compels us, but we still read. Why? Because reading literature gives us pleasure. What we call is, I think English teachers would have told the students, aesthetics. You cannot describe it. You have to go to Nallayappa temple, opposite Nallayappa temple, there is Irukade Alva. You take 100 grams, you put it in your mouth, then you taste it, then you tell yourself that it is very tasty. I am tasting Irukade Alva, then coming and telling my friend, Alva tastes very well. And these guys, without me tasting it, it is very well. That is what is happening right now, like in classes. Without reading, because the teachers are saying that right now that we are also enjoying. So we have to put a bit of alva in your mouth and taste it. This is something personal. Something personal. So we have to do hard work in order to be a postmodernist reader. Postmodernist reader cannot be taken for granted. No. Don't be serious. Don't become serious with the language. Be playful, because language is also playing with language. Most of the words that these writers are using are nonsense. Don't take them very seriously. Message will be somewhere there or may not be there. You create message, that's all. As you said that, madam, you are a feminist. And she says, I am not a feminist. Okay, you are not a feminist. But in fact, this is I would write you are a feminist. Said that I never had this intention. But reader says that you too have. Because I am a co-writer. You must believe that readers are co-constructors of meaning. Meaning is not fixed. Meaning is always dynamic. Meaning is not static. Meaning is always fluid. Meaning comes from me. Reader is as important as writer. Writer in literature is useless if there is no reader. I am not saying postmodernist philosophy. Meaning proceeds from me. Meaning comes from me. I am also contributing. There is something flaw in your writing. There is something incomplete in your writing. I am completing it. So this is what the crux of postmodernist reading. So postmodernist reading, postmodernist reader, postmodernist writer, or we call writerly text. And in writerly text, don't discard saying that is very difficult. Writerly text gives us infinite amount of freedom for us to create meaning, not for the author, not for students, but for ourselves. No one questions how I am going to rearrange things in my living room. Okay, so that is what post. So the fourth point, as I told you, is anti-postmodernist attitude. Because postmodernists, all the postmodernists say is not acceptable because they are against progressiveness. They are against development. They are against science and technology. This is one view. So don't think that postmodernism can be celebrated all the time. Postmodernism says that we must celebrate. But postmodernism need not be celebrated uncritically. This is point number 4. And point number 5 and 6, for one at a time, I combine together and say that there is something called language game, without which you cannot talk about postmodernist literature. And the whole the term language game is used by two philosophers of use. And number one is the term became quite popular when it was used by Lyotard. Lyotard here, French philosopher. So it is this postmodern conditioning. He is using the word language game. But the concept was already used by another philosopher, Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein is a philosopher who has no match, that's what people say. So they use the word, what they say is that language game means language is like playing a game, particularly chess. In chess, each piece has its own value. And the movement of each piece depends on the movement of other piece also. Or if you don't take a chess game, they say that language using a language is like using a game where there are some rules which are acceptable to all players. Those rules are not legitimated by the players, but players cannot be players in a game without adhering to the rules. And the games are basically competitive because three things are possible: win, lose, or draw. The result of any game is win or lose or draw. That is the net result. In language also, use of language is also like playing competitive game, where each sentence is competing with what you call discourse theory, I think you will be familiar with. So each sentence that the language is generating is competing for some kind of space and attention. Okay, so when you use language, when others use language, when you say something, when others say something, it's almost like playing a game where both can win, both can lose, one of you can win, one of you can lose, or the game will end in a draw. Okay, so language is basically, in other words, to speak is to fight. To speak is to fight. We are not fighting. Who is fighting? Language is fighting. To speak is to fight. That is the expression Wittgenstein has used. And therefore, friends, I come to the end of this point is that when you read a literary text from postmodernist point of view, or when you read a postmodernist text, you have to treat it as playing a game. You have to treat it as playing a game where certain rules are, it's a rule-bound activity. Sometimes we say reader response theory, anything goes. And the reader response theory, any response that we produce, that is not the meaning. You have to produce the meaning within the textual constraints, textual boundaries, beyond which you can't go, because you have to adhere to certain norms. Okay. So friends, no language, no literature. No language, no culture. No language is always related to power also. For what of time, I didn't talk about the Vishal Foucault's concept of power. You all got that knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. But then you have to ask, as post-colonials, power rests, whose knowledge is acting as power? Is it colonized knowledge about us? Or colonized knowledge about them? You remember, I think all of you know Gopi Baba of mimicry and man. We are all mimics. Mimicry leads to mockery, and mockery leads to ambivalence. Okay, so we are subverting the master. Yeah, we are destroying. We take that as Shakespeare's The Tempest, I believe, in Caliban. You taught me the language, Suprasi. Yeah, so writing, empire is writing back. So language is very powerful. Knowledge is powerful. Knowledge is created through language, and therefore language is equally powerful. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for giving your enthusiastic and valuable insights. Thank you, sir, for giving your enthusiastic and valuable insights with humor by keeping awake the participants for the entire session. The forum is open to questions.
I hope I didn't allow any one of you to speak.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Yes, the forum is open to questions. Participants can put forward your views and thoughts or queries. Virtual participant can drop it in the chat box.
Virtual participants can drop your queries on the chat box.
There are only two implications you are trying. You understood everything. Or you didn't understand anything. Maybe time to comb out more. After infection, would be make it more theoretical.
Even if you speak on theories, what I say is your personal mode of communication.
The entire session was quite lively, sir. All enjoyed a lot. Just packed with your humorous stories.
Spiced with you. But at the same time, quite important.
Thank you, sir, for having a beautiful session with us. You gave us knowledge and you made us laugh as well. Not sleep. Yes.
Thank you so much.
May I now call Dr. Ashok Sachdeva, Professor of English, MJP Government Girls PG College, Indore, Madhya Pradesh, to give the concluding remark of the session.
No.
Unmute me. Yeah, unmute me.
Yes, Ashok Sachdeva, please
Yes, thanks for unmuting me, allowing me to join. First of all, I hope I'm audible. First of all, I would like to congratulate the host institution, Shri Kaleshwari College Autonomous at Sivakasi, joining hands with iSpell on organizing this wonderful 2 days conference. It was really interesting to listen to this lecture. My big hello to all the participants, organizers, academicians, and all the intellectuals. This is a big hello from an invisible chairman for the visible lecture, which sir has just delivered. So the lecture itself, I would call it was a postmodernist lecture, postmodern lecture or postmodernist lecture as the case may, because it was full of playfulness all throughout. Playfulness, because these are the significant characteristics and qualities of postmodern literature, that it is full of parody, pastiche, playfulness, intertextuality, irony, and whatnot, post-structuralism, deconstruction, and whatnot. So we could see here irony, we could see here in this lecture parody, we could see here pastiche. Actually, the parody pokes fun and pastiche pays homage. So I could see an amalgamation of all the features in this lecture at all. So this, in connection with the language and in the discourse, as we have seen the plays of Harold Pinter, we can see Samuel Beckett, Waiting for Godot, and Harold Pinter's plays like Betrayal, The Caretaker, The Birthday Party. This example of language is best seen, the language discourse, the language games that Sir has talked about, that he has given a very beautiful example of what the language games are. So these language games play, and the plays of Harold Pinter do exhibit all these features, and we can have the postmodern features in Sir talked about technology, postmodernism, and he differentiated all the derivatives of the word postmodern: language, power, culture, history, and also that it is based on postmodernism is based on post-structuralism and various other features and translanguaging. I remember one example from translanguaging that he talked about Renaissance, Enlightenment, and another modern, postmodern example of, because we communicate through WhatsApp, social media, we are more a texter than a talker these days, as he talked about, that there is a lot of emergence of neologisms, new words, nonce words. The words are being coined. If you look at the Times of India or any English newspaper, or for that matter, you will find at least 25 words you can easily spot. In today's world, as you can see, looking at the need of the time, we don't have a friendly, a complete friend, 100% friend, and there's no 100% enemy. Sometimes a friend behaves like an enemy, or enemy starts behaving like a friend. So we have frenemies these days. So this is the example of neologism, which is the feature of this postmodern world, as you can say. And he gave various examples. There's nothing outside the text, and then writerly text, and then reader response, and number of things Sir talked about. Actually, there are three phases, as we can say, there are three phases of postmodernism, which we can see throughout the history. I'll talk about some of the important names. There's like Loitard, he has mentioned, Ihab Hassan, Baudrillard, and Habermas, Frederick Jameson, Linda Hutchinson. So these are the important names who have contributed a lot to the, and these are some of the names, not all. So from the early postmodernism of young Thomas Pynchon, we have the emancipatory postmodernism of Toni Morrison, as you can see, which is reflected both in the content, in the themes, as well as in the language part, in the playfulness of the language. So, and finally, we have the late or postmodernism of Jonathan Safran. So three postmodernism, as you can say, early postmodernism and late postmodernism. One is starting 60, then later in 1980s, and then now onwards. So postmodernism favors fragmentation and rejects all forms of rationalism and inherits modernism's disenchantment. Yet this appointment is not bemoaned. As we can see, there was not at all a modernist lamentation in this lecture, but there was a postmodern playfulness with a lot of that Sir talked about, Sir J. John Sicker. We enjoyed every moment of his speech and he talked about the role of communication in the modern world. So we can see that there is a huge corpus which contains in postmodernism, in postmodern literature also, that of irony, pastiche, fragmentation, ambiguity, decentralization, dehumanization, anti-essentialism, anti-realism, and there are various manifestations of postmodernism nowadays. It was believed that there is one Alan Kirby who believes that postmodernism did not exist at all. Postmodernism, either it didn't exist or it is dead and buried now. But now in 2012 in London, it was recognized that there was such a huge phenomena of postmodernism, and it did exist. So there are many books which are written about beyond postmodernism. Beyond postmodernism, in the sense, we have now the meta-narratives represented, as the progress, unity, coherence, truth, human during the time, but they no longer exist. As time passed on, this meta-narratives failed to do so. We have many narratives now, which are being preferred now that are transient, relative, provisional, and local. So towards meta-narratives, fragmentation, and anti-socialism, anti-realism, dehumanization, ontological investigation, both in terms of language games also, a mixture of high art and popular art and mass culture tradition. And there are various manifestations of metafictions also. And you can see these fluid characteristics of postmodernism find expression in literature, as they did find in today's lecture. Hello, I am audible.
Shanti, inform them, they'll inform that you're writing stuff. Shanti, can we inform them and wind up the session? Wind up the session? Inform them.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, because of the poor network connection, we are going to wind up the session, sir. Sir, you have muted. Sir, can you hear us?
Okay, I hope you were not listening to me all this while. Okay, I've been speaking. Yeah. So, can I take 2 minutes more? Because I think I was unmuted. Actually, my Wi-Fi went off and now I have switched over to the hotspot.
Yes, sir.
So another feature of postmodernism is hyperreality, because today's American world is hyperreal world in which reality is managed, simulated, exaggerated, or reduced. Mass media manipulates reality so it appears hyperreal. So these qualities of postmodernism, as you can say, which I talked about, even Leitard asked, what is postmodernism? Many critics now argue that the question itself contains the answer. So the fluid characteristics, which I told you that this lecture itself had today, and sir happens to have some marks of good qualities of best qualities of a good teacher, best teacher. So best fluid characteristics of postmodernism, they find expression in literature, both overt and overtly. Subjectivities are fractured, identities are uncertain, and selves are fragmented. So Simon Milepost is another critic, and Baudrillard also talked about this concept of hyperreality. I hope I am audible. It may be that in embracing postmodernism, Feminism has also crept in and it is cooperating in its own destruction in some way or the other, accepting the demise of meta-narratives of emancipation, while women's emancipation is far from complete. Now, there are various labels attached with postmodernism. Postmodernism is one word. Beyond postmodernism, there is a post-humanism, post-structuralism, and there is a cyborg age, which Sir also talked about, of mind over matter, and then hypermodernity, hyperreality, and metamodernism, as I talked about, postmodernism, cosmomodernism, digimodernism. We are living today in the world of digimodernism and automodernism, altermodernism, or metamodernism. These are all the examples and manifestation of. So postmodernism has taken various routes and various diverse paths. So neomodernism is a phrase which also is being used today. So postmodernism, according to Alan Kirby, is dead and buried. It's being replaced by a new paradigm of authority and knowledge that has emerged of the pressures of modern technology and present social forces. Pseudo-modernism, as we called about it, encompasses all television programs, cinema, WhatsApp, Facebook, social media, radio programs. So we have internet is one of the finest example. World Wide Web is a modern of pseudo-modernism, which is beyond modernism, and it has affected our language. Sir has given the example of ILU, for example, he used, and the various digital language that is being used nowadays. So whereas literature talks about the eclipse of grand narratives, pseudo-modernism sees globalized, and therefore you have neologism coming. For friend plus enemy, you have frenemies. For fantastic and fabulous, you have fantabulous. And so many education and entertainment, you have the word edutainment. And so many words are being created, invented every day. Therefore, you can see that meta-modernists believe that our current state of knowledge is extremely chaotic and fragmented. But postmodernism, digimodernism, transmodernism, performativism, post-constructivism, and there are such examples, and there is a meta-mimi. So in all these plays, so postmodernism is condemned for its nihilism and playfulness, but actually now it is giving room and space to another aspect, that is pragmatism. Pragmatism and postmodernism are inextricably linked, as you can say. Pragmatism is a solution for postmodernism, crisis and weariness. Postmodernism has, you can see, has tired now. And there are many manifestations also. So pragmatism is taking, or post-pragmatism is taking over it. And Hassan has directs his pragmatic argument against the hubris of postmodern theory. And he says, the examples of great literature. Pragmatism comes in many guises, that the pragmatist revival has taken many different forms. Hassan contends that postmodern needs pragmatism because its play and provocation cannot supply adequate responses to our changing needs. So even there is a substitute of playfulness in terms of pragmatism. So faced with this horrendous effects of postmodernity, we have diaspora, we have feminism, we have migration, we have existentialism, we have personal and cultural values, so many intermixing of various things. And literary postmodernism has emphasized narrative fictions which are non-linear, and therefore pragmatic theories of Charles Sanders Peirce are being applied to the language discourses and language games and the literature. Pragmatism fares in a nuanced, active dialogue with postmodern literary text. And this involves understanding of literary postmodernism, both in terms of language and literature. If pragmatism needs postmodernism to offset its anti-theoretical stance, then postmodern literature and theory need pragmatism. So purpose of this is that it would transcend classification, periodization, and push for dynamic interactions and new dialogues. So there is a redescription, renewal, and therefore we have various describing ways of describing the human race. So Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. I congratulate the host institution and congratulations to Sir J. John for delivering a wonderful insight. He has almost in a playful manner, he has also touched upon all the aspects of postmodernism. I'm really impressed, and really I have also, it was revealing, eye-opening lecture, and I myself has gained a lot from this lecture. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to the College College, and also listening to me with patience and bearing with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for giving your views and observation. To end this plenary session too, I call Mrs. M. Vijayalakshmi to propose a vote of thanks.
Very pleasant evening to all of us here. The best and most beautiful thing in the world they must be seen for yourself. They must be filled with forms. Saying thank is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be filled by God. I feel honored. Saying thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by God. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. First of all, I thank God Almighty for giving us the free stream of blessings and spirit to arrange this glorified occasion. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our honorable secretary, Sri A. Suparita, for giving us permission to organize this national conference. Next, I would like to thank our honorable principal, Dr. R. Sir, pillar of the college, for inspiring us and inspiration at every point of time. Next, my sincere thanks to our respected vice principal, Dr. D. Paramatan sir, for his feeling support and guidance in achieving students. On behalf of our organizing team, I would like to convey our deep response and hearty thanks to our honorable chairperson, Dr. Ashok Deva, Professor of English, MGT Government Girls College, Madhya Pradesh, for graciously accepting our invitation and embracing us with his presence and for enlightening us with the Next, I extend a very hot gratitude to our research person, respected Dr. J. John sir, Associate Professor and former head, Research Department of English, the American College, Madhya, for his special presence and taking out time, especially scheduled and enlightening us with his stimulating speech on the topic, role of communication in the postmodern world. Thank you, sir. You really made this day full of knowledge for us. We both enjoyed and learned many things from the speech. Thank you, sir. The deep and intellectual way of involving knowledge has added to the growth of this discussion. Next, I would like to thank our beloved head of the department, that is Selma, and our respected senior faculty members, that is Manila and Mrs. Srinandri Vidayalama, for being constant motivators and reinforced in our study. And behalf of our team and team members and all the organizers, I would like to place my hearty thanks to all the participating colleges and universities. Thank you very much for joining us and making this conference a success. Without you, this would not have been possible. Thank you all. Yes, I would like to thank all the respected representatives who are blessed with their presence. I say that thanks to audience for their significant presence, all the participants and volunteers and the students who have made this event a more graceful and successful. Thank you all. I once again thank you everyone. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me.